Welcome, fellow explorers, to Laurence's Factorio space exploration and Krastorio² adventure. On the once verdant planet of Norvis, we greedily harvested its precious resources, delving deep into its core in our quest to satisfy our industrial systems. Yet our never-ending thirst for knowledge propelled us beyond our home into the vast expanses of space. Traversing the solar system, we unearthed exotic materials with strange electrical and mechanical properties, using powerful railguns to fling them back home. But our hunger for discovery knew no bounds. To satiate our factory, we crafted interplanetary spaceships, venturing further into the unknown. Join us in our next stream as we expand our empire interstellar, facing new challenges and unveiling the mysteries of the universe. Together we will soar to greater heights, exploring uncharted territories and embracing the wonders of the cosmos. The factory must grow. Hello everyone, and welcome to Laurence Plays for your Thursday night Factorio Space Exploration and Krastorio² stream. Hello Doopy, and hello everyone else. Got a few people watching already. That's good. So, what were we doing last time? I hear you cry. Well, the big news in the last stream was that I went out to Stardust. That's this place. And started setting up a naquium processing facility that doesn't have any naquium mines at the moment, but has some processing in the middle and has a couple of trains that can't go anywhere because there aren't any batteries yet, because I forgot them. So the objective of today's stream is going to be, well, there's a number of things to do. I want to get this system up and running, so bring out some batteries for these trains, get them running. Hello Metbar as well, welcome. So they can then trundle out over here to get the ice and the iron from over there, and once that starts happening, then we'll be able to start generating power out here. So this area will start working a bit more reliably. Hello, Danton, welcome. New person, welcome, very definitely welcome. I also need to set up this spaceship landing pad here, so we can get a spaceship flying out and bringing the needed stuff, like enormous quantities of sulfur, because we're going to need to make sulfuric acid down here. We're going to need, I can't remember, yes, iridium out here as well, so we're going to need some of that. And I need to get this train running, and I need to get some mines set up. So we need to have a naquitite mine up here and down here, and get all this train stuff actually finished off and up and working. However, I do have a few other things I need to do as well, and please bear with me for a second because it's just occurred to me that I forgot to set up my to-do list inside here before I got started. So that's a little bit of a fail, but I shall have that ready momentarily. There we go, and boom, to-do list. So yes, the obvious thing is to get getting things up and running over here in Stardust, because as I say, that's the big thing I'm pushing for at the moment. However, there were a few other things I noticed issues with whilst making the video, so it'd be quite nice to get those fixed before I move on to other things. And so, hello Peter, hello Mike. You seem to be in chat but not in game, but I guess that's just you'll be. Oh yes, you are here. Hello. I didn't see you come in.
I even said hello.
Oh, I obviously wasn't listening.
Nothing to do.
So, what's going on over here? Right, well, let's hide the to-do list for a moment. So, yes, there's a problem here in that we don't have enough in the chilling down of the thermofluid. So, we've got. It's not building up in this tank in the way it's meant to. So we're meant to have it. We've got a decent amount in these two tanks, which is nice. But there's also supposed to be quite a lot stored in here in order to keep the numbers all correct. So probably the return pipe here is that's not too bad. It's a bit more in there than I would like. But yes, there are. Yeah, you're quite right, Peter. This is exactly what I was thinking at the moment. So the problem is that these chillers along here aren't running quite as flat out as I would like them to. Now, actually looking at it at the moment, most of them are running, but it's still not quite enough. So and when all these speed modules and upgrades get delivered, it's going to get significantly worse. Oh, hello, Blake. Yes, that sounds like definitely a bonus of having time. But definitely the main reason to have time off work is so you can get to see the streams when they're live. Right. So yes, along here, as Peter points out, there are at least a couple. Well, I've thought of two different ways to sort this out. One is the way I was talking about in the video, which is to run another pipe from on here somewhere, just run it all the way down to the end here, and pass it back into the middle pipe over here, which will improve the throughput, but is a little bit of a faff and probably a little bit unnecessary. The slightly better way would be to come along here, take it and create some gaps in the pipes along here and drop pumps in, because then, as you can see along here, this pipe is 50% full. So we could if we put more pumps in, then it'll help push more of it through, and hopefully it'll come through a bit quicker. Now that said, the fact that the pipe immediately after the pump is only 80% full and then 73 to 50% full, I'm not sure whether this is going to be enough, but I'll give it a shot anyway. Hello, Mark. Okay, well, too much sea noise or too much boat moving around, I guess. But yeah, okay. Well, yeah, join us for as long as you can, and hopefully my dulcet tones will soothe you off to sleep despite the oceanic conditions. So I need to improve this pipe along here, basically, and I'm trying to think what the best way to do that is. And I think, are you a 5? Yes, you are. So if I put in, I'm just going to sketch this out first. If I put a 5 in there, and no, that's not going to work. I was thinking I could put I could put a 5 there and there, but no, it's only going to have a gap of 1 between them, so that won't do. The obvious thing to do would be to have a 3 and then another. We'd have put the 3s there. Like, no, that won't work either. I could put pump pipe all the way along and just go ridiculous. Let's do that. Let's not mess around. You do put cover into the. You provide power into the middle, don't you? I can't really tell. Oh yes, easily. So if I pull out all of this pipe all the way along the middle here, and then I'll just replace it all with pump pipe all the way down, and that should get us a bit more, a decent amount more throughput. It will be more entities passing the fluid along, but I think it's probably going to be necessary. So that means we now need a couple. So yeah, we're going to have a couple of pieces of pipe in here. Yes, the out will be more, but because there's 2 pipes along here, I'm guessing it's probably going to be all right. I might be wrong about this, but it'll certainly be much better than it is at the moment. So hopefully it'll be all right for a while at the very least. We will see how we'll see because I think this should more than double the amount I can get through. So if there's room for twice as much to be taken out at the other end, then I think it's going to be okay for a good long time. Because I don't expect to be making the astro science in enormous quantities for all that much longer. Because I think Tristan's probably done all the deep space scans he could possibly want. So I'm imagining this is probably going to be enough, but if not, then I'll come back and put in additional infrastructure on the out pipes as well, which may be exactly the same sort of thing again. We'll see how it goes. And I can get there. Right, and we'll lose that pump on the end. Right, so once the bots come out and build all this up again, then we should be able to, there we go, and they're doing a chunk at a time. We should be able to get this up and flowing much more quickly. And with these upgrades being brought in for the chillers, then I think this will work quite nicely. Hooking all the. Maybe the problem wasn't that. So maybe, Blake, is what I'm going to say there, because the problem wasn't that we were feeding too much in here because this pump had been turned off. The problem was that this tank had filled up completely because these 2 tanks had drained. So all of the thermofluid had gone out of these and gone into this one at the top. And I'm not sure what was going on with this one. No, this one must have been at capacity as well. And so that meant that because this one was full, we couldn't get the warm thermofluid out of these hypercoolers back round into that. So they stopped working. So these tanks emptied, and the system just clogged up. Which is why I've got these 2 extra ones up here that are also hooked in. So we'll keep the same amount in these in this whole set of 3 tanks that we had before. But it's a slightly large, but there's a bit more headroom available now. So even with that, you can see there's still quite a lot of thermofluid in these, because this tank is empty, and it's already, there we go, it's already got up to 26,000, so I think that has helped quite a lot, which is quite impressive. I'm aiming to get this one up to 80,000, so yeah, doing that has actually, even though it's not finished yet, has made an enormous difference. That's impressive. I was expecting it to help, but not to be quite that quick and drastic and amazing. Looking along here, we still have, we've now got down to only 30% full here, but I mean, this pump is still presumably running flat out. It looks like it. I could upgrade that to a steel pump, actually. That might help. Can I just do a drop-in upgrade on that? Will that work? Yes, it will. Nice. So we'll turn that into a steel pump. That'll get us a little bit more throughput, a little bit more being pushed through there. What is the throughput here? 1,500, just under 1,600. So actually, this pump could go much faster. Putting in a better pump there isn't going to make any difference at all. It's presumably the throughput going through all these pipes down here that's the problem. Now I could replace these 3 with a 5-piece going across here, which would improve it slightly, but given that this has suddenly shot up to, well, now 30,000 and is clearly increasing, I think things are probably all right now. I think we're maybe sorted. Although looking along here, and there is no thermofluid at this point. This machine is still not running. I don't like Factorio fluid dynamics very much. I think this is probably all right. It seems to be I think this is working. I think I'm going to not worry about it anymore. I'm going to leave this as is and go off and mess with something else. Because and then presumably over here, yeah, this is now down to 30% full, which is an improvement. Got a pump here working merrily. So yeah, I think this is probably sorted. But I'll come back later and check on it again just to make sure. Right.
Worked out why the water broke. I mean, I was half right.
Were you pregnant?
No. So you know, on Kothor in the recap video, which I definitely watched before half an hour ago.
Yes.
The water on Kothor's backing up in the core pulverizing area.
Yes.
Well, it used to have a pipe taking that away, which has been removed to put down the second row of core pulverizers. So that there was.
Oh, I see.
But there was a what's it called? Disposal pipe through there. You can see the thing that took it away.
I'm sceptical because this pump's the wrong way around for that.
Yeah, no, that pump was always there that way around. So that the idea there, I've just added this flare stack in, just to solve it. That pump is there. So the idea is that tank is the buffer. You don't want to run out of water in this area, but you also don't want to go to excess.
Yes.
So it gets topped up if, and then it was being drained out if. So it had an output valve effectively.
Oh, so there was another pump going out to the north, was there, you're saying?
Well, there's a pipe going off and it connected to the water network system further up, which then had a extraction on it. So there wasn't a pump here, the pump was... where is it?
Because there don't seem to be any other pipes leading out of it that have been cut off.
Yeah, I removed the hangover bit that was going up north.
Right. Okay. So now you're just venting all of the water that comes into the.
I think it was it that one? No, sorry, it wasn't that junction. It was. Anyway, the way I've got this working around the planet, here's a good example of it. Is I have a system so the big fluid ducts carry the water around the planet, and there's a great network around the whole rail system. Well, most of the rail system. For that is the water mains, and then I've got this kind of thing here which pulls out water where it's needed more locally and says basically
keep that at a sensible level. Yeah.
Keep that.
Oh, and there's some to put it in as well. I see. Yeah, I see what you've done here. But yeah, I when I was making the video, I couldn't see any way that the water could have got out, including pipes that had been cut off. So it didn't. It looked like there was just nothing there at all. Okay.
No, fair enough. It went up through the middle of the thing, so it wasn't obvious. It took me a few moments to find it. But anyway, the other point that I hadn't noticed, so that ironically was only slowing down the problem. This has been added in by Mark. Not that I'm blaming you, Mark, but it's all your fault. And this comes off. Where's it gone? Follow the pipes, Mike. Follow the pipes. You're a smart boy. You can do this. There we go. This pipe system, which comes to this here, which was on the water main originally. Oh, I've forgotten how.
Yep. That seems. Yep, that is a water supply indeed.
Yeah, to be honest, it's forever ago. So I've forgotten how. But then that's been hived off to connect to this and so on. So that then all jumps in, and I've forgotten how it was all plumbed in.
So basically, I guess what you're trying to say with that is that we're now using the water that was being used to make the hydrogen chloride beforehand is now not being used to make the hydrogen chloride because it's all coming in from that pump instead, and therefore it's overflowed.
It's more that the water problem in quotes is you have a series of processes which have water as an excess as an output, and you have a series of processes which require water as an input, but they don't balance neatly. And so if you just slap down an offshore pump, it will keep pumping until the entire system is 100% full, or blessing valves and other things to keep it in play. So that's why I did the water system, where you've got this artificial block everywhere that
the pumps it in or out as appropriate.
But then this being plugged on, that meant that the pump was always going to slowly fill this one up given time, because it was plumbed right into the water system here, which I've now removed that connection. But there was a pipe. Have I removed that connection?
Hello, Spider Horse. Yes, we are. It's space exploration rather than space invasion. But yeah, that emoji seems fairly appropriate.
I have, yes. It's diverted.
Where's blue tech card? Where are blue tech cards being made?
Yeah, that was going to fill everything up. Because it bypassed the relevant thing. I was genuinely quite chuffed with that water management design when I originally put it in. And I was really upset when it broke. I was like going, oh no.
And the theory is reasonable, but yeah.
Well, in my mind, any system which has a single pipe that can be broken to break the entire thing is not well designed. I mean, I accept the limitations of, this isn't a real-world system where you're avoiding single points of failure, blah, 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 blah.
But it does apply to a certain extent.
Yeah, but you're never going to have 100% redundancy, because I can quite happily come and remove, this station. This is a bad example, but that station there. And in
I'm
theory,
busy upgrading something else, so I've moved off.
You'll see the name in chat. You'll see the name in chat.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Okay. Drop off. At which point the system will grind to a halt.
Okay.
Well, because there's no input.
All right. So moving on.
I will go back into my box. It was nice talking to you, chat. Catch you later. Mike is the best. Pressure Laurence for Mike time.
Pressure Mike to talk more quickly. Right, so over here, yes, we have the blank data. The tech cards were not being made quickly enough, and it looks like a lot of the problem of that is due to the blank tech cards not being made quickly enough. Because those, partly at least, I think, because some of them are being taken off this way to be put into the train to be taken up to space, but also just because we're trying to make too much of it all at the moment. So over here, we do have a load of productivity modules in here, which is, I guess, probably a good thing because it means we're making a bit more stuff. Oh yeah, upgrading the exerters, that's a very good idea. And probably the inserters too, but yes, let's do that because, and that and that and that and that, just because I can. Yeah, that's a good, and I missed one. That's a good call because we might as well just make those run a bit faster. I think you're probably right that these are now possibly the limiting factor. Yeah, we've got a lot more tech cards coming out now. And it looks like actually the red belt isn't enough for the amount of output we've got. So let's upgrade this again to blue because we have a blue splitter down here. So I reckon if I bring it down to here on a blue and then split it off the two ways like this, we maybe do somewhat better. Then of course we're probably going to have insufficient iron coming through. So this is where we just carry on upgrading pieces after pieces until everything runs really, really nicely. We'll see how we get on with that. Blue belts seem to be in a bit of a short supply, but I'm sure they'll be brought over sooner or later. Okay, so that's going to help a little bit. Just having a lot more of these cards pouring through. You can see we've got far more of them on the belts down here already. So we've got plenty for the reds. Reds are absolutely fine. Greens are not fine. How much buffer have we got of those? Oh, blimey. Okay, so we do have some green tech cards in the buffer. We have no blues, but I think the greens and the blues both need speeding up. So hopefully that's going to be a fairly easy job to do. Green is here. Here we go. So this is or was previously limited by the rate that the blank tech cards are coming in. So hopefully, having done those upgrades down here, bring this up to a red belt and this one up to a blue belt. So we're chucking a lot more through now. So maybe that means that these machines at the top will be able to catch up now. I'm not sure. I am kind of tempted to put in another set of machines to work on these. However, I'm pretty sure if I do that, I'm going to need an additional cog making machine. Although that said, because it's all productivity moduled, I'm getting a 32% boost out of that. So that means I could put in an extra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2 machines on the top of here, and it would still be okay. That said, as the problem is still with the rate the tech cards are coming through at. Oh no, it's not. We're now limited by the rate that the belt is running at. So I think this is another belt to upgrade, and I think red is probably going to be far enough of an upgrade for this. But yeah, that's interesting that we've now got to the point where the belts through here are the limiting factors. Oh, there we go. If I bring that down there, then it's already a red one down here. So I think that's going to sort the green out, and we'll come back and check it later. But I think for now that's pretty good. Where are blue tech cards being made? That's the next question. Here. Okay, so those are being made by only two or three of the machines due to a lack of the tech cards again. So again, I'm hoping that having increased the throughput of these is going to help a bit. But it's quite spectacular. It's quite impressive, and that there's such a shortage of the tech cards. Also, there's a shortage of the what do you call it? A shortage of glass coming through. So I think let's do another belt upgrade here, at least for the glass, because I have this sort of sneaking suspicion that even after we upgrade that if we do get all the tech cards being used up, then the glass isn't going to be being brought in fast enough. What's the recipe for this? 15 glass and 5 tech cards. Yes, so we need the glass to be coming in at 3 times the speed of the tech cards. It's not going to be from this, but you know, at least we're taking steps in the right direction. So I'm going to upgrade this as well, and then this again, and then this again to blue. So now there is going to be the capacity for that to be running 3 times as fast. There's still an obvious, real massive shortage of the blank tech cards coming through here. I am tempted to increase the production of them further. Where was it? It was along here somewhere. Yes, here. I think, yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic that the increased production is going to allow it to catch up, but only cautiously optimistic. Let's put in yet another. Oh no, this belt is filled up now, so we've now got the full red belt going through here. The reds are already caught up. The greens are, well, the tech cards are going in, but only fairly slowly. So yeah, we've now got a huge amount more of the blanks flowing through here. So yes, I think you're quite right, Peter. I think as these catch up along here, we're going to see far more coming through, and it's going to suddenly start being okay. I'm a little perturbed at how slowly blue belts seem to be being supplied, but I guess they're just being flown in from the far end of the belt. And here come all the red belts being and turning up and going, oh, actually, wait, we're not needed, and being taken away again. Sorry about that, bots. But yeah, I think this is probably. Yeah, we've now got this belt full. So now we're waiting. Yes, now we're waiting for the upgrades to these belts to come in, so that we can get the glass flowing in faster. Because now glass is the limiting factor, and by a significant margin. So if we can upgrade all of this to blue along here, then things are going to be much better. Okay, so that I think is. I'm not going to say it's fixed, because that is massive hubris. I'm still going to say there's been a major improvement over here. It's going to be at least tripling the rate those are produced at, if not more. So let's then carry on to the next one, which is the grey tech cards here. And these ones are failing because we have at long last run out of biomatter, and that's the creep that you pull up when you dig up and when you liberate enemy territory. You can pull up the stuff that the biters had their bases built on, and then use that for making military tech. It seems, in fact, let's find. I was going to say let's find some, but you know the biters are all so far away now because we've been killing them so effectively. Yeah, this purple stuff down here, does that show on the map? No, because that would make it easy to find more. I'm tempted to slap a deconstruction planner over the entire robo area, that just looks for biter. Ah, here's some. Just looks for biter creep. This stuff. So let's do that. Let's make a deconstruction planner that doesn't do that. That does environment sort of biter creep. Is that going to be in here somewhere? Oh, we have a town making it. Oh, okay. I should probably go and look for that. I'll probably but in a time. What? Yeah. Why can I not? Normal. Ah. Biter creep. There we go. So let's harvest the free stuff first, and then we'll go and look for Mark's town. So if I run this from here, because it's basically as far away as I can get. I've set that up wrongly.
This is going to use up all the bots for several hours.
Oh, probably. Oh, tell select even when entities found it on. Only, I suspect. Let's try that again. Let's go from here. Yes, we're not getting the fish anymore. 638, 1300, 8,000, 30,000, 53,000, 108,000, 136,000. There is a lot of this available. Yeah, okay. I shall set this up over a relatively small area and a relatively botty area. So we'll start. Let's start from here because there is some. And just select this sort of area because I feel like this is a fairly well roboported area. Oh, there's loads down here. All right, that's okay. We'll get that much. It's quite a lot. Sorry about the lag, everyone. But that should solve that problem for ages, and then we can come back later and look for. Oh, it actually does show up on the map. It's this purple stuff, I think. Or is that... No, those are... I was going to say those, then the other ones are nuke scorches, but I can't tell. The game is slowed down so much that I can't do anything. I apologise to everyone else whose FPS has now dropped, or UPS has tanked into the actual... Oh!
No,
I've been disconnected. Right, okay, well that's unfortunate. IP address is already used for a different player. Lovely. Okay, it seems to have worked out now. Right. Sorry about that, everyone who's watching the stream. That was probably foolish of me. Unfortunately, it's now going to take several minutes for me to rejoin the game because our map is so large and Tristan's upstream is so slow.
Always one, isn't there?
Yeah, it's usually you, but today it seems to have been me.
Yeah, in fairness, I do have to claim that honour, usually.
Right, so yes, what should we do for the next 4 minutes? Okay, so let's have another look at the to-do list, because that is a thing that I can do. It's rather hard to read on this background. So yes, the tech card production was indeed struggling. What can I turn off without causing problems? No, if I turn off the capture card, then you won't be able to hear me, and that'd be rather useless. Oh, putting a massive, you weren't fast enough, I'm afraid, Mark. Yeah, putting a massive deconstruction planner over is not healthy, unfortunately, it seems. So yes, as I was saying, the tech card production was struggling, which is why that was on there. The blank tech card was definitely one of the struggles, and then blue and grey. So we've been taking a bit of a look at that. The blue is now hopefully fixed. The grey, well, if those bots ever work out what they're supposed to be doing, have the bots started going out and pulling it up? By the way, did what I did actually work? Okay, I was wondering whether it actually worked or not, or whether it was whether it booted me before it happened.
Place it?
Basically across the base, but so if you look just out to the southwest,
is that bottom? There's a load of bots flying in the bottom left.
Okay, that's probably it then. All right, good. Sounds like it's worked. We may have a little bit of a bot frenzy for a little while.
There is a station that's supplying it, but I don't see a drop-off station for it.
Yeah, there probably isn't a drop-off station. So I suspect what had happened is that we had loads of it that we'd stockpiled while we were going out and just acquiring it from dead biters back in the early days. Then Mark set up a system to make it, probably perhaps for something else like fertilizer, I suspect. And then we ended up but it took us until now-ish to work through the massive backlog of it that we had generated, and so that's why we've only just noticed it being a problem and why it hadn't been set up to use the new system. But anyway, that's going to fix the grey struggles, the grey tech card struggles. Blue circuits seem to be struggling, which is interesting. Now I had a look down there while Mike was talking about his experiences out on Kothar, and they are being made, and they're being made at a steady rate. The system is working, I believe. However, there is I think it's just taking a little while to fill up the station over there. So maybe we're using them at a rate as well. I'm not quite sure. The next thing after that is going to be to look at the Matter 1 catalogues, because there seems to be a bit of a shortage of those. I'm not sure what would be causing that. I think we sorted out the contaminated scrap problem in the last stream, but it's quite possible that it's just filling the buffers back up again. Or yeah, I'll take a look at it and find out what's going on over there, why there's a problem. Data card formatting overloading one side of the belt. I don't think we really care about that very much, but maybe we'll take a look at that. I wanted to put a limit on the storehouse that's balancing the scrap. That was another thing we did last time, just to sort of save UPS generally. And the old blue circuit production area is full of nonsense and could do with being emptied. And yes, checking creep supply for military science is what I just did, and that's what got me booted. Yeah, okay, a medium bot frenzy, should we say? There are quite a lot of bots, and they're all a little bit frenzied. And then all the rest of the stuff on the list is either sort out the naquium or is for other people to deal with. Nearly there. 45 seconds to go. Oh dear. So yes, anyone have any questions? Doopy is suggesting Q&A time, and so I've well, I mean every stream is Q&A time, so it's not going to make a huge amount of difference. But You can ask questions whenever you like anyway, but if you do have any, do jump in now. It would be a good time to give me something to talk about for the next 20 seconds.
So, I've got... Sorry, go on.
Peter is disappearing because he's running out of power. Okay, well, thanks for joining for a little while, and yeah, hopefully things will go a little better from now on. What were you saying?
Question more for chat than for Laurence.
Oh dear.
Which can be fun. So one of the things that we're sort of talking about behind the scenes is other games that could be interesting. And I've bounced around the idea of playing Phasmophobia. Is this something that you guys would find interesting? Basically, do you want to see Laurence absolutely terrified of being a coward in a corner as a ghost hunts him down and kills him?
Yes, do you want to see us trying exploring a haunted house together?
I want to see that.
Right, I'm in.
That's... do you find yourself saying that often?
It's always best to announce these things.
Well, you know.
Okay, let's see how the bot frenzy's frenzying. Oh yeah, there we go. There's a bit of a bot frenzy. Yes, they're chomp 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 chomp.
There is a warehouse of creep here that I've just hooked up a
oh, okay.
belt to.
So there is. Oh, if only I'd known about that beforehand. Oh well, never mind. We should probably turn that into a blue warehouse and get rid of this blue chest
There's already
down
a blue
here.
chest there.
Yeah, and get rid of the blue chest just so it's all being kept in one place.
It'll sort itself out.
It will, yeah. Okay, so now we have some creep being brought in by the bots, and therefore we are now producing, and now we can therefore produce the military science packs again, which is nice because I don't know. Oh yeah, we're doing an energy weapon upgrade at the moment, so that's good. So we definitely need that.
That's the one that Mark was talking about.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, yes. Yes, that was for the fertilizer production, as I suspected. I had a feeling there was a way to make creep some other way, but there's so much of it just lying on the floor. It seemed like a good idea to just go out and pick up what was available. But yeah, in the future, I'll try and remember that this is there and use it. Hello, War Chief. War Chief. I was thinking of Sunday's game, I guess there. All right, so we have a nice steady flow of the creep coming in now. We can start making the science, making the military tech cards. I didn't notice how low on those we were, but I'm guessing it's probably quite low. Yes, it is indeed very low. There is none of them along here. So I suspect we probably ran out of those quite a long time ago, and we're now just waiting for the buffer to, and then we can now just wait for everything to fill up again. So anyway,
It's still okay with them in space.
Okay, that's the most important thing. We've started producing them again in time. So we're now working our way along here. We are apparently short of lithium. Let's check that one out while we're at it. I mean, I say short of. The bar is half full, so a little bit more of it would be nice, but it's not vital. So this is the lithium production, and lithium production is producing. This side is not running, so okay, clearly the amount that we're triggering on over here is... the amount we're triggering these extra belts on is lower than than what we're watching for on the graph. That's fair enough. I think it's gone green, and so I think I'm probably all right with that. When you say setting up, okay. I'm not sure long reach is long enough for that, but. Okay, that's interesting. But now we can just have a bot frenzy. That's fine. I forget why these were set up differently. Why this one was the priority. Oh, it was because this is the one that's shipping it out to space as well. We are still sending lithium chloride by delivery cannon somewhere. To Norbit, in fact. So we have a place where we are still using delivery cannons. Where is that? Is that to Astra? To Bioscience. I think it probably is. Yeah. So we obviously that means we need to then now need another train up here that will take away the lithium chloride. Because yeah, sending it by delivery cannon. Let's put that on the to-do list for another time. Somebody make a note of it, please, and we'll do it another time because my brain is full at the moment of other things, and I want to get on with naquium rather than that right now. Blue circuits, yeah, blue circuits are definitely struggling. So we've got this system down here that is turning, and we've got a nice healthy supply of holmium cables and of rare metals and of red circuits. This seems to be working as expected. Maybe it's just not fast enough. And we have a most of a blue belt coming out here. Is it worth doubling this? I mean, obviously it is because we haven't got enough, but can I just tack more machines on the end of it? Probably not. No, the red circuits are all getting used. Oh, there's a couple of machines missing along here. That's interesting. Okay, let's remove... Actually, let's move, not remove, that and put it there. And then I can actually finish the design that was supposed to be along here. Put an additional 2 machines in here, like... what? Oh. Yeah, okay, that's getting power from here, that's fine. Yeah, I can put an additional 2 machines in across here, and that will get us a bit more production rate. We'll produce them slightly faster, and then we'll probably have a full blue belt coming out here rather than a nearly full one, which will be slightly better. I'm not sure it's actually going to be enough, but that said, we have more than a train's worth here at the moment, so I think it is hanging on, but it definitely needs monitoring and consideration and such like. So we'll worry about that another time. But I think, yeah, we'll try and remember to keep an eye on that. But at the moment, it's just about hanging on by the skin of its proverbials. We are only about half full. Oh, the lithium's caught up already. It must have been just because the train's just gone or something like that. We are only about half full on stone, so that's a little bit of a concern. We may need to go out to whatever that planet was at some point in the near future, anyway. Heavy oil and lube, they're still in the green. I'm not going to worry about them too much. Space science? Yes, space science and production science. Let's go off and look at those. That's not production science, that's utility science. But let's go off and look at them anyway. They are up here.
I've already dealt with utility science, by the way, if that was the one.
Okay.
One of the ones you said. Yes,
that was the one I said. Right, so I think we just straight up don't have enough machines here. So let's say that's nice, but you know what would be nicer? If there was twice as many of them.
Kind? You know what would be kinder? German children. Hey yo.
You're really milking being a dad, aren't you?
I am. Although I do apologise to Mark for pronouncing kinder as kinder.
A mispronunciation in service of a joke is excusable. I'm not sure the joke itself was excusable though.
You're just jealous that you aren't allowed to make dad jokes because it's you're a faux pas.
That is my traditional a joke I frequently make. So I think I'm clearly allowed to make some of those, or at least I clearly do make some of those jokes. Whether I'm allowed to is open to debate, but I certainly have the capability. What's the Shrek line? You have no donkey. You have the right to remain silent. What you lack is the capacity.
Yes, exactly. Oh dear. That makes me far too happy.
Oop, that's more pipes than I needed. Let's not lay quite so many pipes. In fact, let's upgrade all of this all the way along here. Let's turn all of this from here into 3 pipes because, you know, efficiency and all that. No, not that. There and there. There we go. Now I still need to put in all these underground pipes to link these in. But once that's all built, that's going to double our output of space science, which is going to be a massive help. I think. This is one of the nice things about Factorio is when you've got things set up reasonably well like this, it's quite easy just to go in and go, yes, I would like to have twice as much of all of that, please. Thump, and it just happens. And by just happens, I mean the bots come over and do it for you. Right, so I've done this one. Tristan's doing has done the utility science. So we should get, yeah, there's quite a lot of that flowing in now. I don't know what sort of rate we use that up at, but that looks like a healthy supply being brought in. And we'll hopefully be able to say the same for the space science. Yes, here we go. Now all these machines have kicked in. That feels like a lot of it being produced. I'm almost concerned this isn't going to all fit on the belt. No, I think it. No, it is. Yeah, it's not being produced quite that quickly. It's just they're all kind of in sync with each other. Okay, so that's another science pack sorted out. I'm going to go and have another look at Norvis. I feel like I'm sort of prevaricating and trying to put off doing the naquium, but I promise you that's not the case. I'm just fixing it. I just want to sweep through and fix all of these sort of problems first. Right, so we now have... This one is now green and is going to be improving. We've now got a red blob down at the bottom there, which is better than the no blob that we had before. I'm not going to ask about S-tier data because I've talked about that many times before and then gone, oh, actually, we haven't got there yet. I am going to go and have a look at Tier 1 Astro, and Tristan should have a look at Tier 3 Energy at the same time as well. Because those are both
looked at that earlier
limited.
and we had some, and it's just... And the train wasn't taking it away.
Okay.
It was just slowly building back up again.
Okay, the graph says we don't, so I'll let you argue it out with the graph yourself then. Okay, so I mean they're being made, they're coming through, they're just a bit short. We have loads of all of the inputs by the looks of it. The yellow data isn't being produced that quickly, but I think I can get away with putting in a couple more of these machines. So let's move you to there. And then put down some more scaffolding along here. Like that. Yeah, we are still covering all of this area, even after that's been pulled up. And then take that, put in another block. Oh, I missed a pipe across the bottom. Well, we haven't got the scaffolding in place yet, so there's not much point in putting this in yet. But this will allow me to boost the production here. Now, to be honest, this is probably going to sort itself out. It's probably going to be able to catch up again now that we've stopped doing the deep space zone discoveries. Although, who knows, we might find some more of those to do at some point in the not too distant future. So this is probably not necessary. But I think I'd rather have some extra production in here that I don't need than leave it a bit under what's name. So we'll put that in there. We don't need that robot port. There we go. So this will now allow us to lay down another 1, 2, 3, 4 out of another 50%, just under 50%. So we'll now be able to get the get the Astro Catalog 1s being produced a bit more quickly. So that's going to sort that out nicely, I think. So that's that one. Tristan says he's looked at that one already. Yes, matter science. That was the next one I wanted to look at. That's again in Norbit. And that one is over here at the bottom of the energy science production. And now I suspect it's going to be just that we are... Oh, no, we are actually short of quite a lot of stuff. Is that because these are running too quickly for the machines to keep up with? I think it might be, because I think I had a quick look into this when I was making the video. And it wasn't working quite well. Hello, Vampirella. Welcome. And Madman as well. Hello. So we are short of... Actually, we're short of most of them down here. We're short of magnifying glass data. We're short of imperial data. The bacon data seems to be okay, but the microwave bacon data is struggling. So the microwave bacon data is always struggling, I've noticed. It seems to be a sort of a bit of a recurring what's name. And this seems to be struggling because this one, the superconductor cables aren't running fast enough, and these machines are all running, and they're all speed moduled up the wazoo. So I think that means I need to put in more. I need to make more superconductor cables because that is clearly going. Yes, that is the limiting factor. Okay, so that's an easy fix again because it's just a copy paste of what we've already got. So I can put a bit more of that out that way like that. Where did Roboport's to? Not quite far enough along. Okay. We'll be able to get a bit more of this down anyway, and I'll squeeze in an extra Roboport in a moment. And I'd like to put this in over... Oh, I'd like to put this... Where would I actually like to put this in? I'd like to put it here, but that's going to be outside Roboport range, so I'm not going to be able to do that. But I can at least put it on the limit of what the Roboports are capable of. So that'll help quite a lot. So yeah, if we get more of that, then we can put in... I guess we might need... no, we probably maybe need more of these machines as well, although not quite as many. So I'll add in a little bit more of that there. Then we can have more microwave bacon data across here. I think one more machine is probably... Actually, I might not even need one more machine. Once we've got enough of the canisters coming through, maybe 2 will be enough. I'll put a third one in anyway. And down here, this one is fine. Down here, you're missing... You're having input problems, aren't you? There's not enough quark data coming down. Quark. Tristan, I need more quarks. That's the panda data. Pandas. which I'm currently tracing. These ones. I mean, I could just extend put more machines in. I think that's the only problem here.
I suspect it's been struggling because it ran out due to the thermofluid issue.
Okay.
And it's in the process of catching up.
Okay. Well, we'll just leave that. We'll leave that alone for now then, and see whether it just catches up all by itself. Because you could well be right. We have no, we don't have a similar problem down here. We don't have shortages of anything except machines to make the magnifying glass data. So that's going to be another one that needs expanding. Like that. Right, how are we getting on? Okay, this is coming along reasonably nicely. So if I say I want to copy, let's copy. I don't know how much of this to grab. I want to put this roboport over here, basically. I did that the wrong way. Let's grab from this end, like that. Then I can go, right, okay, I want to put the roboport there. Or more likely there, because that'll actually, work. So we'll do that. You're going to just be a normal belt. So we'll put that in. The roboport is as far along as we can get it to line these things up. Putting the roboport in is going to then build all of this up, and I can put some more superconductor cable manufacturing along there. Let's put in two more of these, just because I can, and it's going to be, and it's probably better to do an upgrade that I don't need than to not do an upgrade I do need. And down here, I wanted some more of these. So one more will be covered by the speed beacon. So let's just put one more in for now and see how we get on. It's very tempting to put in another over here, even though it's not going to be under the. Yeah, let's put in another one anyway. Oh, and no, the beacon won't affect it because these things don't accept modules and beacon effects and so on. So there's not going to be any. There's no disadvantage to putting to however I do this. We've got roboport problems again, of course. Let's put in another roboport over here. Put that in. I guess the place to put it is here. Because then I can come along with the underground like this, and we'll at least get coverage, and the machines will still work. I could have put it a bit further along actually, and put this inserter on the other side, but never mind. That's fine. How are we doing up here? Okay, this is going quite well. So now I can copy. So how far out do you reach? So you would need another one of these here. Where is it? Here. So let's copy from there along to about there. I'll probably do. You know what would be useful along here, of course, would be a little bit more of this. So I've got somewhere to put the beacon. How big are beacons? Not that big, I don't think. Let's put this in anyway. Oh yeah, that's easily going to be big enough for the beacon. Put that in anyway, like that. Wait, what? Did that complain about something? Why are those pipes different? Oh, I am confused. If I get rid of that, are you still long enough? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the pipes are different. The pipes on this one are different. Oh, it's because it has to go around the beacon, so with the underground belt there. Yeah, okay, I understand. Mystery solved. Can we have this bit of scaffolding, please? Thank you. There we go. Right, that's going to drastically increase the amount of superconductor cables we get through, which will increase the number of the canister things, which will increase the amount of microwave bacon data, which will hopefully make everything happy again, especially with this coupled in here. And once we get more of the pandas coming in along here, we can have more of this one, the imperial data. That's what the pandas are for. Here they come now. The pandas don't seem to be catching up. Now I might just be being impatient, but they haven't caught up yet. But we'll come back and have another look at that later. That has now. Oh no, it hasn't. I was going to say that's now brought me to the bottom of my to-do list. It hasn't. There is still still dealing with the old blue circuit production facility, which I'm not sure I can be bothered with. Playtime is 196 hours, 44 minutes, and 33 seconds. Tavi, we've been going for a while. It's hidden under the. It's hidden under one of the. Oh no, it's not. It's not hidden because I turned that off. It's displayed at the top of the screen. Yeah. So over here we have all of this producing the producing blue circuits at the moment, and we kind of want that to not be doing what it's doing. So let's start by just pulling out that from here. That one's been decommissioned already. I'll do the same here, even though that's unnecessary, because that one's gone already. I'll get rid of that as well for the purposes of dealing with the glass. And copper is all gone, so we can just delete all of this. Yeah, normally we have 4 people playing. Today we've only got 3 because someone's escaped, but he'll probably be back at some point in the future. Oh, that's taken out the power. That was not meant to happen. Let's just put in big pylons because I'm lazy. In fact, let's run them up over here because that way it'll always. I won't pull them up by mistake again. Hang on a minute. Okay. Yes. Anyway, the idea now is going to be to drain all of this stuff out of here back into these stations, so we can then get it all taken away. So we've got silicon and plastic on quite a lot of these belts. We've got glass on a lot of them as well. So I think what we're going to do, or what I'm going to do, because this is all about me. Where's the glass go? The glass goes and on here as well. Right, I'm going to run a belt along here like this, because I don't really care about speed that this runs at. I just want to get rid of it all. So we'll then bring this down here. I can split off each thing as we come through. So this is going to need to be a blue belt along here just to get the length of the underground that I need. So put in a splitter here, and I'll put in a cut there, and then blue belt down from that like this. That didn't work at all. I'm sure do that if you want. Why did that? A blue belt can go underneath all of that. Come on, game. Actually, a red belt might be able to. There's nothing there. Then there's glass down here. So we need another splitter down here to take the glass out. Oh no, we do need the silicon to be taken out here as well. So we'll take the silicon out there, glass out here, and that should then allow me to deal with everything. Oh, there's going to be some copper coming back as well, and I removed the copper station. There's no stone bricks though, he says in a questioning tone. Oh no, there's a few stone bricks, so we're going to need to get rid of those as well. But there you go. As you can see, we've got all of that pouring down here now. So if I come to here and I set this to filter the plastic off to the right, like that, I can then put in a piece of belt there, like that. I can bring this across here and then down under all of that, and then feed it in here. Like so. And it's going to take a while to pull all of that through, but I don't care. We've got loads. It's now going to pull all of everything through and then sort it all out into the correct places. This one here is silicon. Silicon. That one. I also don't care. This is a slightly messy way. This is a messy way to set this up because, again, very, very temporary. And then once all of these are set up, we can then just use this to pull out all of the stuff that we've got sitting around in this facility, and then dump it into trains to get rid of it. Close. And get the trains taken away. Just dump it onto the bus or something. And the whole point of this is so that we don't end up with enormous amounts of everything just going into the into the robo system. Exactly, Doopy. Feeding them all down and then using splitters to sort them out. I'm slightly regretting pulling out the copper station from down here because I'm going to have some copper left over. That said, I think I might just ditch the copper into the logistics system because that one is weird. These are copper plates, and I don't know if we have anywhere that's accepting copper plates anymore. So if I just dump them out into the logistics system, we'll deal with them properly that way instead. So here we go. We've got a flow of miscellaneous junk coming through. It's all going to get sorted out. We'll deal with it neatly and put it all into the places where it needs to be. And now I can just ignore that for about probably until next week when I'll come back and do some more of it. Oh, we need the same over here with the rare metals, actually, come to think of it. So we'll cut off this one. Boop. I guess with the sulfuric acid, we turn the pumps round instead. So there are no pumps up here. So if down here, there's no pumps down here either. All right, let's get rid of that bit of pipe, and then I'll put in a pump down here, and this should slurp the sulfuric acid back out again, and then we can do something else better with it. I've already turned these pumps around to push it down into these tanks, so we're gonna have a couple of trains worth of here to be taken away, but that's fine. We can deal with that. So yeah, let's run another belt across the top of here. No, you're not rare metals. I don't know if this is going to fit, actually. Oh yeah, there's loads of space in this warehouse. Now I do need to put in that. I did notice some red circuits on the belt up there, so I'm going to make sure I don't pollute this station down here. We'll put a loader in there, and then that's done. And then an arbitrary piece of belt going out like this for the red circuits, which I think that's going to be enough space for them. I can then just pull that up later. Alright, got you now. So you are going to be doing rare metals off to the right. There we go. And here they come. And as I say, there's a few red circuits in there, but that's okay. I can just pipe mania them around here, and I think we'll. I don't expect this to fill up, but if it does, it doesn't really matter. This is all very much end of life now. There's 160 stacks in there. That's a lot. Oh well, never mind. Okay, so that is this area is now gradually decommissioning itself. It's going to take, yes, it's going to take a long time to do it, but I don't care. It doesn't matter. We're not in a hurry. This is just something we want to pull up eventually to free up the space and the UPS for other shenanigans. So, next thing is my spaceship here. I want to land anchor to an orbit and put my ship down in the correct place, which is up here. Park it like that. Boop. And then it can be refilled with heat, with with water and with ion stream. Lovely. That's exactly what we want. Now along here, these should all be blue chests really, because we actually no, we should probably dump out the stone. So let's do I have a purple chest? No, but I can put down a yellow chest and just do this manually. What the hell? Take stone out. Take the stone out. Is there anything? Some copper ore there for some reason. Stone gets everywhere. I thought the bots were supposed to be a little bit tidier than that. Never mind. And then I can put all of this stuff into here. I do want the methane ice out there actually, so we'll hang on to that. And then I can make sure my personal robots are turned off, and then just mark that for deconstruction, and the bots will deal with it. Right. So, there is stuff that I need, TM. Top of the list is going to be a load of spaceship batteries. So let's find a chest with some space in it. Let's request maybe 1,000 of those. Can I request the charged ones? Let's find out. There's 20 a stack. Alright, let's request 300 then. No is the answer. I can't request the charged ones. So let's request the discharged ones instead. Can I have 300 of those instead? No, I can't get them either. You know what? I think I'm just going to have to go and nick them off a belt somewhere. Let's do that. And it makes, to be honest, it does make sense that they're not in the Roboport network, because in theory, you shouldn't ever be asking for them by robot. It's just that, well, theory and practice are different. In theory and practice are the same. In practice, they're not. So if I land here, I just go this way. How many have I got? Okay, that'll do. I'm also going to need some chargers for those. At least 3. So let's take, I don't know, probably 4 or 5. Bump. Right, so I can chuck all, no, not in there, there isn't room. I can chuck them all, those in here. Also going to need some chargers. So, oh yeah,
also take a launch silo if you want to set up in the same place, unless we want to set up that on a closer one.
Oh, that launch silo. Yes, that's a good idea.
I don't think we really decided where we wanted to set that up. There's advantages to both.
Hmm. Oh, there's no space train battery pack charging stations in the logistics system.
There should be.
That's what I
Buffer
thought.
chests.
I'm probably not requesting from what's name chests, buffer chests. There we go. I wasn't requesting from buffer chests. My bad. So there might have been some batteries as well. I just didn't check that. Yeah, let's assume we are going to do the launching of probe rockets from the out there as well. So we'll have a space probe rocket silo. It seems likely. Okay, what else? What else are we short of out there in Stardust? Is there anything else? No, it's not reporting anything. That's weird. I thought I just went out there and I specced out a load of stuff.
You've got no power.
Oh, yeah.
There's no Roboport coverage.
Shucks. Okay, well, those are the most important things for getting started. I think.
Thermodynamics.
Oh, thank you. That's a good idea. Let's have some thermodynamics facilities and manufactories as well. And then I'll have a look before I try and go anywhere. Hang on. Oh yeah, thermodynamics for cooking the ore into metal. The iron, yes. Oh, here we go. Up here. 5 is probably plenty, and also manufactories. 5 is probably sufficient. I'm running out of space. Oh, well, never mind. That should still be okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, that chest is now full. That one's kind of full as well. That one's kind of full. That one's got some space. Let's go and have a look at Stardust, because I'm not going to remember anything else. I'm probably not going to remember other things that I've forgotten just by going and staring at it. So over here we've got the clamps here. We technically need 2 of these pylons for this to work. That'll need to not be there because it's in the way of where the spaceships go. Manufactories, thermo facilities, yes, check. We've got a load of rail over here. That's fine. We'll place that when we get back out there. Batteries for the trains. Got the miners. Module. I'm not really planning to module. Well, I've speed moduled all of this. I wasn't really planning to module the mining drills. There are 3 ways you can go with mining drills. One is to fill them up with speed modules, so you get stuff out faster at the expense of more power being used. Actually, maybe I should do that. I bet mining naquium takes forever, so yeah, okay, let's do that. The second option is to productivity module them, which means we get more out of each patch, so you don't need to build a new mine quite as often. But personally, I don't think that's worth it, because then you get the resources out so slowly that I don't think it's worth it. And the third option is to go for the happy medium and put neither in. But yes, I think modules are actually a good plan. Let's do that.
The extra point on the productivity module side is if setting up a mine has a phenomenal overhead in terms of, so like with the iridium, I'm crushing it on site, I've got to bring in sulfuric acid on site, etc. Then the time cost of setting up a mine is such a pain in the neck that honestly I think it's worth.
I understand what you're saying. I still disagree.
I agree with it.
But
Yeah,
I do understand your point. Yes.
Yeah, it comes down to, does the cost of putting the thing out equate to the cost of going and putting new mines down every so often outweigh the cost of basically being a bit slower overall?
Yeah, I think the thing is though, you're saying the cost of putting out more mines later, whereas if it's slower, you have to put up more mines now to get the same throughput.
Yeah, and that then does come down to the throughput calculation of, once you've got enough throughput and you're happy, that will just run for however long.
Yes. Oh yeah. I take the point with that. Yes.
You could always throw down a beacon or several beacons.
True. Yeah. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. I could take some more beacons out and beacon the mines.
So I'm debating doing that on some of my slower mines here and saying, yeah, it's going to suck, but I'm not going to cover every miner.
I feel that's a good compromise. You're getting more free stuff out of it because you're using the productivity modules, but it's also still coming out at a decent rate because you're using beacons. So yeah, I think yes, I think at that point that might be worthwhile. I have a feeling that the naquium is going to be slow enough to mine up, and the patches are going to be deep and big enough that I think I'm just going to go all speed on them. To be honest, and we'll see how it goes. I may change my tune at some point in the future, but I think this is probably the way to go, at least for now.
When you have to fly out and replace every single mine because they've all run dry, you'll be there going, why?
So how much extra, how much productivity bonus are you getting on your miners?
Plus 150%.
Okay, that's not bad. That's
So
good.
these
That is
have got 5 tier 3 modules.
okay. Yeah, that is quite a big boost. Yes, Blake, you can. Blake says fourth option is to use efficiency modules, which is a waste of both time and resources. Yes, true. Okay, there are additional things you can do that are silly. I was whilst I'm normally a fan of thinking about silly ideas, I hadn't considered that one.
Mike,
could go
if
for
you just
speed and
mouse
prod in the
over-
miners themselves. Yeah, that's a possibility.
Do you just mouse over to look at the productivity?
I did, yes.
Because we get plus 110% from stat
Okay,
bonuses.
so in that case, let's do it the old-fashioned way. We've got 5 times plus... fair enough, 5 times plus 8, which is plus 40.
Okay, right.
That's additive 40.
So at that point,
slightly
that's
less
a lot less worth it, I feel. I thought 150 seemed high, but I didn't really think it through carefully enough to realise how
In
high.
fairness, yeah, so did I. I was just like going, oh, that's way better than I expected.
And
But
yes,
fair.
Blake, you can. There are a few buildings that can be productivity moduled in space. The labs can be, and mines can be, and I think that's it. Said in slightly questioning tones, so do correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's it.
I think so.
I'm going to also request some spaceship walls just in case I hit an asteroid, because I didn't last time, and it scared me a little bit when I realised I hadn't. Now, technically, there are two spare pieces of wall on the front of this ship, so in an emergency, I could borrow those. But having a stack of 50 available makes me feel a little bit more comfortable, just in case things go things go wahoonie shaped, as they say. I think that'll do. I think this should be enough to get me started out there. If it's not, then I'll hang my head in shame, grumble a little bit, and then and come back again. It's only sort of a 5-minute flight, a 10-minute flight. I forget. I want to go to let's search. I want to go to Stardust. That's what the place is called. Stardust is 11 minutes. Okay, it's 11 minutes away. Still not too bad. Does that arrive? That's arrived. We've got the 750 mod. Where are the modules? Are they in here? Yes, we've got. Yeah. So I think we're good now. Let's go. Blip. Okay. While we're doing that, let's poke around at other things that we're fiddling with earlier and see how they're getting on. So actually, let's start at the very beginning. It is a very good place to start, as we all know, and have a look at how the various science productions down here are getting on. So the production of the where are we producing the blank data cards? I've forgotten. Oh, here we go. Right, that has backed up. Lovely. Blue and green have backed up, and grey is on the belt with yellow, I think. And I can't find either of them. Oh, here we go. Grey is still playing catch up. However, I'm assuming that Grey's production rate is absolutely fine. It's just that we're playing catch up. Yeah, we've got all the resources we need. So this is running at full speed. We've got a speed beacon slapped down over the whole thing. Blue has caught up, which is nice. Grey has caught up to nowhere at all. How much more military research are you planning to do in the near future, Tristan? Or are you jumping over to something completely different?
At the moment, we're just doing research to do research.
Research
There's
for the sake of it.
nothing urgent. So I don't really care even if it stops completely, to be honest.
Okay. Well, they're coming through at a rate of so maybe it'll be okay.
Dribble.
Let's have a look at the production graph. Actually, that's a good way to work it out, isn't it? That's what they're called cards, aren't they? That one, military tech card. Over the last hour, production was 0. Then it blipped up. It's now producing 188 of them per minute. Wow, it's been 0 for. Oh, okay. I was going to say it's been 0 for a very, very long time. Yes, technically it has, but that's because we've not been using them. I think it's not been a supply problem. Although consumption, no, I can't see it. There's too many different types of cards.
Drop back down to low time.
I was just going to type
There won't
military.
be many.
There we go, military. So we've used, yeah, yeah. So over the recently, when we're actually using them, we use them at 130 per minute. We're producing them at 183 per minute. So yeah, we are producing them faster than we use them when we are using them. So I think that is absolutely fine. The system is fast enough to keep up, especially as quite a lot of the time we just straight up aren't using them. So yeah, I'm happy with that. I think yeah, we'll just call that good enough. We're about to fill. Oh, is this another train? Oh, right, the train went, so we're just filling up with a bit of extra overflow on these things. That's fine. I think it's going to take a little while for us to actually fill the buffers up again, but I don't have a problem with that. I think that's going to be all right.
The graph doesn't actually say we're low on them.
Oh, okay. Maybe we've topped up in space then. That's good. You're right. It doesn't. Okay, so the only the buffers are basically filled. We're just sort of playing a little bit of catch up. This is looking actually quite a lot healthier than it was at the start of the stream. My tinkering with things and shouting abuse and everything has obviously helped a bit. We still don't have any tier 3 energy, but we'll. Is there actually none of them in wherever it is we're measuring, or is there a problem with the graph?
There's 14. Well,
that's basically none. Okay.
I'm 51, but yeah.
Still haven't got any matter science either. I'll go and have another look at that in a minute. Cryonite is doing pretty well. Vulcanite doing pretty well. Beryllium very well. Holmium and Iridium are, as ever, at basically 0. Got a shortage of enriched. Oh, I don't know what. Light green Vitamelange. That's run out apparently. We're short of immersium plates, as is traditional, and we haven't got any. We've got 1 naquium. How have we got 1 naquium? Oh no, that's just output. No, sorry, just showing me what it is. Never mind. Forget I said that. I'm misunderstanding how the thing works. I see you've also
actually short of holmium. We're in the process of filling up buffers, and it's the later buffers that fill up before the sooner ones, and it's the soonest one that's measured.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And we've even got arcospheres on the graph now as well, just to add a little bit of spice down here. Lovely. And apparently we're completely full of iridium, and Vitaspice, but I know those are just
core fragments.
Oh, core fragments, okay. I was going to say they're just spares on the end, but sure, that works too.
Yeah, they're measuring core fragments as a thing, so it's full and not setting the alarms off.
Okay, all right, fine. So yeah, things seem to be a little bit better. Let's go and have another look at the matter science, because that is still complaining. So we've got a bit more of the magnifying glass data now. So putting in those extra 2 machines has helped. That said, the problem is still the Imperial data. So yeah. Oh, and actually, the pandas are starting to back up now. So yes, you're quite right, Tristan. We are now gaining pandas, so that's good. I feel like I want to put in another machine to make Imperial data. Half the pandas just disappeared. What's the recipe for that? Or does that just chuck in an entire... Oh no, it does only take 1 to make a 90% chance of 1. So yeah, I guess it just took in a handful of them because it's a stack inserter and that's what they do. So if I copy all of that...
You've got all the research servers running. Actually, the last
Except the last one.
Dropped out just now.
Oh, okay.
So it's running intermittently.
Okay. That's probably alright then. I don't know, it depends what proportion of the researchers are going to be using matter science. Is matter science now a thing that everything uses? It looks like it might be.
None of the queued ones are using it, other than the one that's actively running at the moment.
Oh yeah, that's production science back. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Let's ignore it for now then, and just go la 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 la, heads in the sand. It's probably going to catch up and be okay. We shall see.
We have just used up 10k of it.
For the energy weapon.
Yeah.
Damage.
It's a 23k research, so I've approximated that to 10k of actual packs.
Yep, seems reasonable. And there's the train is nearly full for matter catalogs as far as it fills up with them. And so then the warehouses can start to fill up, and then we'll start to see some activity. I don't know. I think I'm given what you're saying there. I'm kind of okay with just ignoring that for the time being. If we look at the other end, though, here where it's here. Yes, here where it's being unloaded. Oh, has it got its own train? Am I even looking at the... Yes. Oh, of course it's got its own... Yes, it's been made up here, isn't it? Derp. Yeah, okay, no, we have actually run out of matter science catalogues. Well, in the warehouse.
Backed up on packs.
Oh, yeah, we are. Yeah, alright. I think I'm okay with this. I think I'm just going to ignore it and put my fingers in my ears and go la 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 la. How's the flight going? Still 6.5 minutes left because we're running at 3/4 speed. Okay. Right, in that case, let's go back over to Norvis again and have another look at this area. So how's my disposal? Disposal is going... I was going to say disposal's going well. It's pulling through the plastic and there's lots of that to do. There's... Alright, let's turn... I said I wasn't going to turn belts around, but I think I am going to turn belts around. Because this is a lot. Yes, it's going. There's 5,100 in here, and doing that at the rate of a red belt, half a red belt, is going to be extremely painful. Am I going to say the same with the glass? No, there's no glass in here, so all of the glass is on belts, and turning belts around is a faff I can't really be bothered with. So let's do that, and at least get some more. At least use the other half of this belt, because that way. And in fact, you know what? Let's upgrade this to a red belt all the way along here. Yeah, so we've got the full half red belt of whatever coming out of a lot this side. We're going to bring a full half red belt of glass. Once this flows through, we're going to have a full half red belt of glass coming out on the other side of it as well. So that's dumping as fast as it reasonably can. And yeah, it's just going to be a case of wait for it to all trickle through. The silicon has all come out of this warehouse, so I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do the same down here. These ones are probably going to empty this warehouse more quickly than... Yeah, that's down to 3,300 already, so that's going well. I'm aware I'm just coming along and tinkering with things that don't really need it, but because they're set up to eventually drain, and I'm trying not to be impatient. Oh, this has got the same problem. There's 39 stacks in there. Let's not do that. That will take genuinely forever.
I was just looking at the Terras ship and trying to work out why it wasn't leaving. And then eventually it decided, oh, right, yeah, I should probably leave.
So it's just lazy.
Yeah. It was
Normally
sitting there full, and we got to basically 20 stacks of stuff in the warehouses before it.
Okay.
Maybe there's a threshold that needs to be enough in those.
I feel like there is a threshold, but I don't know what it is.
I thought it was much lower than that. Oh, there has to be more than 100 or something. There's plenty more than that.
Okay. There's also I think there's also a check for inactivity. Could you run foul of that?
Potentially.
Yeah, there we go. That's nearly empty now. So that's made a big difference over there. This one can now empty at a slightly more sensible rate. Oh, I missed one. Boop. Missed two. Boop. Yeah. Okay, we're now onto the second column here, so that's going quite well. Yeah, I can see this will all empty out in a not too unreasonable amount of time. There's not much point in me just staring at it while it does, but yeah. Oh, I upgraded the Astro Catalog 1 production as well. Let's take a look at that. Again, I'm just sort of finding little things to fiddle with while I wait for my spaceship to arrive. But yes, down here we've now got a full supply of Astro Catalog 1, so that should be absolutely fine. That's now filled up completely. Good, no more complaining from there. Oh yeah, I was going to say. Oh yes, there's a couple of things to look at over in the scrap area. So one of them was putting a limit on this storehouse, which Tristan's done. Another was consider whether how we're unloading these machines along here. But there's a sort of flippy roundy thing here, so it's probably not worth fiddling with too much, especially as we've now got through whatever backlog was on there. So yeah, I'm pleased with the rate that we now seem to be able to deal with the all the junk that's coming through. It's that work we put in last week has made a big difference along here. We're now churning through the scrap much more efficiently and effectively than we were before. So yes, again, happy with that. Blue such creep supply. Yeah. Let's see if the bot frenzy is finished yet down on Norvis, because I did tell them to do a lot of stuff. Yes, looks like it. All of that creep has been decreeped. There's still quite a lot of it available down here. Maybe I should claim some more of it. Although perhaps not quite as much as I did last time, because that caused some issues, as we saw.
Probably not worth it.
You think?
Given you'll probably just crash again.
I was going to do a smaller area this time, thank you. But yeah, you might be right.
Setting up a train to just bring it in
makes a lot more sense, really. Yeah.
Automated way.
Yeah, I know. I'm not sure where it all went, actually, because of the request on here for 4,000 of it, and it's only got 3,118. That's weird. Oh well. I guess we.
How much did you actually tell it to harvest?
I thought it was about 18,000, but I could be wrong. Yeah, all right. Let's set up an unloading train over here. So I'll copy this. This electric motor. Oh no, I was going to say this electric motor train has a broken fuel input, but it doesn't. I just misread it.
We have used 13,000 biomatter in the last hour.
Okay, maybe the numbers sort of start to add up a little bit more then. In that case, all right. Let's just take that much of it. Let's take that much and then get rid of the thing later. So I don't want to take the trains up now. I do want to train for this. Is there? Would you mind checking whether there's a train? There is a train at the other end. Okay, I won't bother with that.
I'm pretty sure there was.
Therefore, we don't need to
not 100%
fuel. So that's actually all I need then. So put this in here. Boom. I'm not going to bother with that. Or that. Rotate that round and that round. Oh, are you a loading? Oh yes, you're a pickup station, not a drop-off station. Fair enough then. So down here, I'll put in a splitter. I don't care about this being a particularly fast unload, I don't think. I just want it to work when required. And then... brings down here and feed it into that. Like so. And so you are going to be... well, I don't want to name you yet. So this station is going to be active when creep... Is it actually called creep? Or is it called biomatter? Biomatter is less than... sure, 1,600. Why not? Then output an L. Yeah, so it goes into here. That's still got a silly name at the moment, but that's fine. We'll give it a better name momentarily. And down here we need to link that. And that. And that might reach. I might be able to run a cable that distance. Actually, is that as close as I can get it? That is as close as I can get it. Red cable. Boom. 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 There we go. Nice. So we've got 23,000 in there at the moment. So let's set this to 5,000. I'm picking numbers somewhat arbitrarily, I have to admit. And then we'll call you biomatter drop-off. Biomatter drop. Like that. There are no trains at that stop. That's expected. I think up here... Yes, here. We have a biomatter train. So I want you to go from biomatter pickup to biomatter drop. Stay there until empty, and then loop back around again. You're on automatic. You're waiting, trying to go to biomatter drop. There's nowhere to go because the station's full. Good. The system is working as intended. Right. So, yeah, okay. I've solved the problem without crashing my game again. As I'm sure you'll be very happy to know. What are these things? Red greenhouses. What are they for? Oh, biolabs. Oh, it grows creep. Right. Yeah. So it's one of those things where you need to get some creep in order to bootstrap it, but then it'll run fine. So that means if you're playing a friendly game, you won't be able to get any sort of military tech until you've gone off to a planet that has biters on it, which I suppose seems reasonable. Still flying. Minute and a half left to go. You know what? I'm going to go for a loo break while I wait for the wait for my ship to get there. So I shall be back. I'll try and be back in less than a minute and a half.
Everyone remember to put Mike is best in the chat, because that really winds up Laurence, and that is hilarious.
I was wondering how long it would be until you said something like that.
A few seconds, really. Yeah, it wasn't going to be a long time. Let's be honest. No one answered the question about. Hello, Gelquin. Yeah, no one answered any question about phasmophobia.
No.
Is this because people aren't interested, or is it because
Just no one knows what it is.
question? Or no one knows what it is? That's also a legitimate possibility. Yeah, if I just on passive will work for that, that will happily get the creep generated. And you can go and harvest it. And I think on passive they don't attack you unless you attack them first, if I remember right.
Yes, I think that's right. Yeah, I think there's different levels, isn't there? You can turn the biters off completely, which I think is peaceful mode. But then is there also a passive mode?
Yes, it's peaceful. Yeah, and the passive is they don't attack you unless you attack them first.
Yes. And I think Rail World tends to work on that one. So there are biters out there, but they won't. And that's also limits that stops them expanding as well. I think on Rail World mode.
Yeah.
But of course, in space exploration, if you set up a no biters thing, it only affects Norvis. All of your other planets can still be bitery, which means you'll be landing out there with absolutely no weapons tech because you won't have been able to do any military research.
Creep, no, because creep is K2SE, not.
Oh, true. Okay, well, yeah, okay. K2SE would be like that then.
K2 rather. So yeah, I oh, excuse me. I, in my sort of solo run, just to learn a bit more about it, got to the point of leaving the planet. I have been doing it in peaceful because I'm trying to learn the game, not fight biters. And every single planet is either 0% threat or 100% threat.
Okay, that's interesting.
Which, yeah, and obviously the evolution factor is 0. I think it's 0. It was 0 last time I checked, which in fairness was a while back. But yeah, I've discovered every planet in the Cleaner system now. And yeah, exactly, it's all 0% or 100%, which is...
That's surprising, but okay. Yeah. I would have expected them to all have their normal threat levels, the same as they would in a normal game with threat set normally, except for Norvis, which you've done manually, which you've tweaked manually. Well, okay, I'm surprised.
That will depend on how the biter, basically how the world gen and surface generation settings are programmed, and whether or not when you set to what's it called? Set to peaceful, whether that is overridable or not.
Yes. Oh wait, have I mic'd this?
Some planets that are 100%, and therefore, something must happen. Now it's possible that that's because they've got vital melange on it, and therefore meteors. The other one is, what does 5% threat mean? I'm guessing that's just in the config. You set the value to 5, and every chunk has a 5% chance of spawning a biter nest or so that. But it could be a relativistic measure. Where it says Norvis is 10% by default, and then everything is relative to Norvis.
Norvis is 33%, but Yeah,
You know,
it's-
yeah. So
But then,
Yeah,
but then that would mean that you'd never have any. Oh, this isn't going to work. I've done the naive system of battery stuff that Mike did on Kothar, and it broke. Let's try and get this right.
Remind me to mock you for it later.
I didn't get very far into it. I put the charger down right next to the tray, and then went, "Hang on a minute, this isn't going to work." Yes, what was I saying? Yeah, so the problem with that is that multiplying 0, you'll still get a 0. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I suspect that to avoid divide by 0 errors, you will pre-spin slot the system by adding, 0.10 to the minus 50 or whatever to any number which is a 0, just so that it isn't actually 0.
That would make sense.
Is Norvis 0% for you then?
It is, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, it's just messed with them. So it sets the values, and then everything is defined by that, rather than it being any sort of relative stuff.
Yeah, which makes sense. That's the setup, and then because vitamin launch planets are different, TM. That explains why those then have 100%.
So presumably your equivalent to Big Rid at 100% then?
Yes.
Okay, because ours was at some like 3 or 5% or something, I think. I can't remember.
Is it, oh, it's not still, is it? Because we've
No,
we've
it's 1%
sanitised.
now because we've marked it as cleared.
1% because marked as cleared.
Yes, because it's a vitamin planet.
It got
so
marked
can't be
clear.
zero.
Can never be 0, even though every byte can be removed.
It can be 0. It's just then it's not a vitamin planet. It's a cold planet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying about if it is still a vitamin launch planet, then it is not 0 threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, the everything is either 0 or 100 is kind of what led me into the idea that it might be a relativistic measure. Because up to that point, I had just assumed it was all, that is the percentage chance of a chunk having a beta nest in it for the sake of argument.
Or with some sort of multiplier on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see why. That would make sense, but I guess not.
Yeah.
Oh, Madman thinks you can get some can get some biomatter on a biter-free world, perhaps from a stash or a starting item. Okay, there's startup recipe, also a different recipe available in startup maybe. Why are none of the? Have I not got any space? Have I not got any belt, or is this something? Oh, is it? No. I see. I haven't parked my spaceship quite close enough to this roboport. There we go. Now we've got some belts. I didn't. At least I think we probably have. I didn't think there was any chance I'd have come out here without any belt. That would have been a bit too ridiculous. There we go. So now we've got. Oh, do you seem to have a shortage of blue inserters though? Yeah. So now we've got the infrastructure down here to charge the batteries up. I just need to prime the system with some batteries. And then eventually we'll start feeding more of them in from elsewhere as well. But for now, let's just chuck some in by hand. Where are they? Am I being blind? Apparently so. Yes, there they are. Right, let's give each train a stack of batteries. And send them off on their way. Okay, they need to be programmed. So you need to get. Oh, I need to name the stations. So that'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? You are iron ore pickup. Change the recipe. Yes. Passive different threat levels. No. Iron.
One of the fun challenges that I'm setting myself in my personal run to sort of compensate a bit for the lack of biters is no spacesuit.
Right.
But I thought that might be a bit too easy.
It would. It depends.
I mean, I've not picked any life support up. So
Yeah,
Ever.
I've grabbed a bunch, but only because, quite frankly, I end up standing around a lot. But now what I do is I bring one spaceship floor with me, or a space capsule.
Yeah, I know. I feel like that's it's almost that's cheesing the requirements. I mean, technically, yes, you're doing it, but I almost wonder why at that point. It stops you running around and doing stuff, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the big deal, like right now, I'm just studying my spaceship using the navsat to do stuff on Kothar.
Yeah.
Because
I find it's personally. I know what I'm quite different. Tristan and I disagree is probably the wrong word for this, but we play rather differently in that we is that he does a lot more stuff. I do a lot more stuff by hand than he does. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and it's fair enough in quotes.
And that is in fact exactly what I'm doing at the moment. I'm going out to build up some naquium mines by hand. So yeah, I do tend to use the. I don't need rail for this. So yeah, I do tend to use the life support because I'm going places, but then I also do a lot of stuff through navsat as well. Most of what I've done today has been through the navsat because it's there and convenient and easy. But also I find that there's a lot of stuff that is easier to do by hand because you can just go in there and rather than waiting for the bots to turn up and do a thing, you can just immediately get on with the next thing because it's already happened because you did it yourself.
Yeah.
That's that.
Yeah, I very much prefer to be there doing it with the character. That feels right, in quotes. But yeah, I mean, like in my single player one, I went through connecting so in my mall, everything obviously gets put into a provider chest. I've converted all those to storage chests, set the filter, added a wire back to the insert to say only put in if this chest has more than whatever number I feel is appropriate.
Yeah.
So that if I decommission stuff, it'll go back to the mall in the right place, and there's space for it. And if I use a load of stuff, it'll build more.
Yeah. I mean, that's essentially what we've done. Although we've linked it to the logistics network because that is it's same basic idea but slightly better.
Yes, if you're assuming that you're going to have vast numbers of warehouses, a shame.
No, if you're assuming you're ever going to demolish anything.
Well, it's got to take. If you demolish something, the bots will take it back to somewhere.
Yes.
So what I've done is said, always put that somewhere in the same place, rather than having what was a chest and then became a warehouse and then became, was it 8 warehouses now? With just random garbage in there. Or in Norbit, we've got another 4, is it? At the bottom of the start of the bus, just with a load of stuff in there.
Most of which is sort of deliberately useful stuff, I think. No, I'm not quite sure. That's not what I meant to do.
That's the other one. Is I have throughout the system put in again storage chests with filters, saying if I would deconstruct something with iron plate for the sake of argument, then put it here so it goes onto the bus.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. If you've been complete and good about setting all that sort of stuff up, then yeah, that should work.
It feels wasteful to me to have chest after chest after chest of stuff that is being caught in a deconstruction that you're not using.
Yeah, and that's the point. If it goes into a yellow chest, then it will be used as a priority over something that's already in a red chest. So yeah, you aren't just chucking it in there and abandoning it there. It will get reused.
Yeah, exactly. And then by saying, well, I want everything to be stored in the same place, in quotes. That
Sulfur.
Place doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Right until you factor in belts. So, for example, if I get a load of obvious examples, if you go and look in the Norbit, I keep hitting the opposite.
Oh, if you're talking about things that are used in telescopic recipes, then yes. They need to be returned.
I was genuinely talking about things like coal, where if you just sort of chuck it into, let's find a concrete example, because
I thought you said coal.
Hey yo. Where are we? This is not going to take very long. I mean, stuff like there's yellow belts in this warehouse here, which are never going to get reused. Because they're never going to get pulled out of there.
The point is, someone who's building on another planet and takes yellow belts will get them from there.
Yeah, so that's not the greatest example. There we are. There's water ice in that. Water ice. That's never going to go anywhere.
Yeah, and it shouldn't really be there. But so where would your system put this? Put that water ice?
I would have had a. So I don't even know where it's come from or where it's being used. Is the honest truth for that one?
Someone's ripped up a belt from up here, and
Which has
that had
water
some
ice on
water
it.
ice on it.
Okay, where was it going?
Into there.
Into there. In that case, I would have had a chest. Aha! Right, yeah, sorry, so you're mining water ice there. I'd have had a chest there.
I strongly suspect
belt,
that everything you're saying is exactly the same as what we're doing in our current run, except some of our requested chests are missing.
Yeah, it's
Basically,
just
so I
some
just
things haven't been set up.
A chest there. Well, you appreciate you're probably not looking by now.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, no, which is fair, which inserts it in. And yeah, and the aim is to not have multiple warehouses of stuff. And I do very much take the point that for things like space belts, it doesn't matter where they go because they'll get drawn out as and when. Wholeheartedly get that.
I think no. The thing you don't, the thing you're missing is that your system is exactly the same as functionally exactly the same as the system we've got here. It's just that some of the bits on the system here haven't been finished off because we've got bored halfway through and not finished everything we needed.
Yeah. Okay. So Okay. So it's functionally the same as long as you acknowledge that this one's not complete. Yeah. That's fair.
The advantage of the advantage of the system that we've got, and the reason we've got it the way we have, is that it's measuring anything that's in storage in the logistics system as well. So if something has been taken off and put into one of the big warehouses because you pulled up an enormous quantity of whatever, and the chest it was supposed to be dumped into wasn't big enough to hold it all.
Yeah.
With this system, it'll go into a chest of shame, but then it'll get pulled out of the chest of shame later, and you won't make any more when the chest to top up the chest to top up your local storage until the chest of shame has lost all of its whatever it is that you're stockpiling.
Yeah. So which is why I have basically a couple of spare yellow chests for belts in the belt area, so that those will get filled up first and drawn from first before the provider chests.
Unless you pull up so much that it overflows those.
At which point, yes, we've got a problem.
Like maybe you're decommissioning an early smeltery system or something like that, which has loads and loads of belts in it. These sort of things can happen.
And it's a fair point. So, fun fact: I spent the last few hours redoing my entire mall, tearing up the old one and rebuilding it, and that worked. It recycled everything beautifully. Mind you, that was going from yellow belts through to red belts. So it just put them back in the yellow belt, yellow belt chest, which then drew them out to make the red belts, which were being used to replace. So it's literally just going decommission the next Roboport's worth of area, and once you're doing that, I'll build up the next section of mall. It worked as a system.
Drat. I forgot the. Can I move that across? Yes, I can. I forgot to bring. Well, no, it's not that I forgot to bring, but I don't have any sulfur available, and therefore my naquium mining is not going to start for a bit.
Anyone bored of the research chime yet?
It's quiet enough that it hasn't upset me too much. What has concerned me a little bit is that you're ripping. Is that I worked quite hard to get enough astro.
This is Astro 1 only.
Okay. The system is probably capable of keeping up with that one then.
I don't think the system has noticed. Currently, at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine.
Right.
Yeah, Astro's
in
gone
the
to
recap
sleep.
section of the video, Laurence is going to be there, and we've researched. He's going to have to implement a scroll on the video. Or be lazy and just put zone research times 76.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing in the past because they are. Yeah, I've said we've done so many of these. Oh, I've run out of belts. Yes, I've run out of belts. Let's go and get some more.
Yeah, 36 to 84 so far.
What? Blimey.
And how many of them have been useful? Like genuine question.
We're discovering new
some
planets.
Some of them
still.
will be useful.
Will
some
they?
of them will be planets. Yes, some
Will
of them
they
will be planets that have wasp names on them.
Oh, pyramids.
Oh, actually, no.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the point.
Is there not a way in the Informatron of searching for?
Yes, but you have to have found them. We've got a giant list of.
No, what I mean is, I'm looking at it. No, there isn't. In the zone discovery, you've got a list of all things. We're currently targeting copper ore.
Yeah,
We're
pyramids.
not,
Pyramids are not one of the
no,
things
we
you
are,
can
we are.
target.
According to
No,
zone
so
discovery,
we're not doing targeted zone discovery.
Oh, sorry, right, gotcha.
So yeah, we would be targeting that if we did targeted ones.
Sorry, yeah, okay, with you. Yeah, okay, but there's no way of specifically targeting something which has got ruins on, for example.
And I don't believe so.
I genuinely thought that was every planet by default.
There'd be an awful lot of them, but I suppose it's entirely possible the puzzle could be you can have as many clues as you want, but how many do you really need? Honestly, what you're doing. It could be.
What would Tron say about it?
I don't know. I don't know I don't know what the puzzle involves at this point. Right, I now have a system that I believe will produce. Hang on, why have I not got any water? In theory, will produce. What's going on over here? Oh, you're filling. Oh, right, of course, yes. Water ice goes so far and takes so long to dig up. We haven't filled a train load yet. Oh, am I missing a pipe on the top row of miners? Okay, I'll check that in a second, Blake. Thank you. Let's dispatch the train manually for now because that's more than enough water ice to get things ticking over. Down here, how have we got? Oh, that train has presumably gone back and forth a couple of times. Oh, because there's no box in there, it's not able to unload, so nothing's working. Let's go and put. I don't care which sort of box in there. It doesn't have to be a steel chest. It could be an anything chest. I'll use a. No, I won't use a yellow chest because that'll gain stuff. I'll use a requested chest with no requests on it. There we go. So that's now pulling that in. You need to be programmed. So I would like you to do iron ore the easy. Iron plates the easy way. I'll pull that through. They'll come up here, and we can then start turning them into sulfuric acid when we finally get some sulfur through. You are to be making iridium plates when we get some iridium through. That's all set up nicely. Let's go and have a look at the pipe that I apparently have missed out.
Mike, are you aware you have some beacon overload?
Yes, there we go.
I am, yes.
Thank you.
I'll fix it at some point.
I'd be interested to see how fast these run.
Anywhere in particular you're looking, or?
Plus 500%.
No,
Wow.
I'm just looking at the alerts.
Yeah, fair enough.
Mines, specifically.
So the next thing
I'll have miscalculated, it's too far to the left.
is to start setting up a shopping list. Right, I don't need elevator cable. I do want batteries to be brought in, which it turns out you do get meteor strikes on even in deep space. There was one that happened during the video and somebody pointed it out. So I will ask for some meteor defense ammo. 300, should we say? I will also want incredible quantities of sulfur because you always do with all these sort of things. Oh, and I need to make an actual decision as to what route my spaceships are going to take. That's going to be a tricky one.
Mm-hmm.
So I came up with multiple possibilities for this one. There's several. I'm going to check that in a second, Doopy. Thank you. Right, there's a few possible options for setting this up. One is to have one single spaceship that carries everything from Norbit to Talos, and then unloads most of it, but not lots of the sulfur and the iridium. And then flies from Talos to wherever I am now, the Stardust, and then Stardust back to Talos with the crushed naquium, and then Talos back to Norvis with the naquium ingots. That's possibility number one, and would be it would be a single spaceship, but it'd be extremely complex. So maybe. Option 2 is to have a ship that goes from Norbit to Talos, just a normal generic ship, and in fact that could be the beryllium ship. We could multi-purpose that one. We'd need to bring out a lot more sulfur on it, but it might be able to manage that. We'd have to see. And then we have another ship that goes from Talorbit to Stardust and brings all the sulfur and the iridium out from there. And we'd have to start bringing iridium to Talorbit as well. So then we'd have a ship that shuttled back the first part from Norbit to Talos, and another one that did the second part from Talos to Stardust. That's certainly possible. A third possibility is to have is basically that, but to have the have the Stardust ship stop off in both Talos and Norbit and pick up its own damn sulfur from there, so we don't have to carry quite as much out to Talos, and that might be better because on the one, partly because it means there's fewer ships flying around. Sorry, there's no handover between the ships, and and we don't have too many different tiers of priorities on the ships. Because I could see it potentially ending up stuck somewhere because a different stage had run out or something. Yeah, I could see potential issues happening with that with the other ones. So that would be the simpler one, and probably the best way to do it would be to have the Stardust ship only stop off in Talos on the way back, and only as a drop off, and not carrying the naquium back with it. And then there's a debate over whether we piggyback onto the back of the beryllium ship and have that carry all the stuff for naquium as well, or whether we have a separate ship doing the naquium run between Talos and Norbit.
I think you're going to have issues if you use the beryllium one.
Yeah, I think they should be surmountable issues, but they also might be an enormous headache. Yes, Blake, I believe we've added in the extra check mark on the Agnea ship. We haven't done it for any of the other ones yet because we haven't noticed any of the other ones having a problem, and basically laziness. Yes, basically that. Yes. They aren't flying quite as they aren't needing to carry quite as much stuff. So if they do one journey empty by mistake, it's not the end of the world because they're flying less than 50% of the time. Yeah, I think going for 3 ships, one for beryllium, one for naquium one for crushed naquium. No, right, one for beryllium, one for crushed naquitite, and one for naquium is probably the best way to do it because it's the safest. Let's not mess around with it too much. I now need to know what number we've got up to with Mark's clamp IDs. So I think I can find this out by looking at Norbit. So if over here, I think they're just incrementing as we go along over here. So if I look at this one, this is the one. So I need to set the clamp ID over here, which I've not done yet. So at the moment these are 99. These are 99999. So over here, this one is 90, this one is 80, and so on down the chain. So therefore, this one should be 100, boop, like that. So I have now set clamp ID, so I can get rid of all of that. Oh, but I need to set it in the ship as well. So it's here. On that side, right clamp would be 100. Yes, that's very true. This would be a good ship to not do empty runs with. I definitely agree with that. We haven't even touched the programming on this one yet. Let's start bringing stuff in. Right, so I think... Okay, I need to copy all of this to over there. And then think about numbers and programming and things. So yeah, let's actually just grab all of that. The accumulators even fitting in the same place. So put all of that in there, like so. And then we can start thinking about what we want to bring in. We will need a signal receiver. Okay, we need this bit up here as well. and we need to replace this with a thing that says Stardust. Oh, need to get rid of that first. Then I can put in the thing that says Stardust over here. There we go. That fitted very neatly. I'm pleasantly surprised. Okay, there's quite a lot of extra infrastructure that needs to be. In fact, let's copy all of this infrastructure in, because all of this is going to be required. I don't know how much junk we're going to be bringing in, but there's bound to be some. So let's just take all of that. If I put this in over here, then we can have a brief building frenzy to put all of that down. I don't know why there's a random little piece of underground in the middle of here, but it seems to be tradition. Oh, it's for when you have a feed like this coming out that needs to go somewhere else. Fair enough. Yeah, get all that built up. There's a lot of cabling around here that's going to be wrong and going to need to be fixed. Maybe I should have pasted more of it. I don't know. But this is the this is the sort of the start, the important bits. And from down here, we're going to need input of. Let's see. So we are going to need train batteries, which is this one, I think. Yes, train batteries comes in here, and elevator cables, which doesn't, but never mind. We don't need filters, but we will need meteor defense ammo. So yes, we're going to need both of these. Then we're going to need sulfur in very large quantities. So put that there. I'm going to use a full belt for this one, because we're going to need so much of it. It may have time to fill up, I don't know. We're going to need iridium as well, which is not a thing we have over here yet, but we'll add that in a moment. In fact, let's just add that in now. If I summon that to... Okay, there's rare metals. Cryonite shouldn't be coming in here, I don't think. So I'm going to assume that... Oh, I don't know, actually. Oh, okay, it goes up there. That's fine. I'm going to steal one of these, I think. I don't know. I could put in another set of all this down here, but I think, given that we've got what... I don't know. I'm tempted. This is normally the bit where I'd say, "Hey, Mark, set this up for me," because you're in charge of the spaceport. But he's not here, so I can't. So yeah, all right. Let's be good. Let's take that out. Put in an underground pipe that goes from here to here. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we'll put it to here. Oh yeah, that's true. That's how I should do it. You're quite right. All right, I'll fix this pipe and then I'll go off and see if that's practical. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, good point. Yeah, I should just bring it from here, shouldn't I? So from here, in fact. So I need to do this, but over here. So that's why there's these gaps along here, like that, and then underground like that, and okay, I guess a little further out. No, it doesn't. It goes that far out. Why is the few? Oh right, okay, because we've got another feed downwards there, and then up here, I'm going to take that way and that way. Let me remove all of that. Yeah, and then up here, that, and we can rotate these two. And then when some iridium comes through, we can steal it. Lovely. Can this just run through here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, it can. Lovely. No, don't do that. Naughty bots. What's going on over here? Yeah, okay. And then, can I get down to here? Yes, but to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, all right, let's go to there. Is that comes over to here. No, where is the spaceship? It's all the way over. Is it you? No, it's all the way over here. Right, we need more scaffolding down. Like that. Oop. Let's try and be tidy. So it comes all the way over here, then it can go up here and be fed into another one of these. So actually, I need to program. I need to program these. So you are sulfur. So when sulfur is less than 0, you are going to be iridium. Iridium ingots less than 0. We are quite a long way behind in the building because we're so far away. This is the problem with building by robot. You then have to wait for the bots to fly all the way from over here to build the stuff. That said, it's going to take the bots a lot less time to fly from here over to here to build the stuff for me than it would take me to, even if they do that probably, than it would take me to fly all the way back and build it myself. So I guess I'll forgive it for now. Problem is now I need to start trying to work out how on earth this whole system works. I should know, but I don't because I didn't design it. I mean, what was going on up here, for example? I don't even. What I should probably do, actually, is copy all of this and paste it here, like that. And then at least we'll have all the cables in at this point. Oh, and they then link down to here. So the green one links to this warehouse from a pylon that isn't actually in yet. Red one links to the inserters. Red one links to these inserters. And yeah, we'll carry on sort of like that. So I guess I'll copy all of this over as well. And we've got the stuff on the other side. So you're going to go to Stardust, wherever that is. Let's find out where Stardust is. Stardust is it's an asteroid field. We know that it is number 1149. So in here we put signals. We put asteroid field. That's U 1149. So that'll tell the ship to go to the correct place when it's ready to go. I just need to make sure it doesn't go before it's ready to go. And this is not going to be all around to Spaceport. This is going to be from Stardust. All of this, who knows? We'll worry about that later once it's all been built. In the meantime, over here we've got all of the same sort of shenaniganry that needs to go on over here. So we need to set the clamp ID to 100 because that's what it is. Same at this end as at the other end. So we've done that. We've done step 1. Step 2, set target ID. That's going to be Norbit, which is presumably 36. That seems very, very likely. I expect that's already been set up to be the correct default. Yes, 36. Good. So that's correct. Step 3 is deprecated. Okay, I won't worry about that then. Step 4 is set the filters. Oh, over here. Right. I've done that already. So we've got iridium and iron and sulfur and batteries and apparently cables. Let's switch. Not be cables. Let's be. Actually, let's just not be anything. Let's also be fish because we're not going to have anything coming out there. I'll tack the guns on the side over here, and they can be fed directly out the side of the warehouse. So that's fine. So the filters have been set. I did that already. 5. Connect the inputs. That's down here. Well, I've done that over here, but yeah, that's fine. So I want to put in all of the naquium and its crushed naquitite and its byproducts from here. So all of that will always flow in. We want to take as much of that as we can. I also want to take a certain amount of the ice, the methane ice, probably. Yes, and we'll unload that at the other end. But I want that to be set sensibly. So we'll put that in there, but we will also hook that up with a cable like this. And also to another receiver, or to a receiver, which we'll put in here, and this will be the receiver from Talos, and we'll use that to attempt to make sure that we ship out an appropriate amount of what's this doing? If that's big enough. I'm not quite sure how this is supposed to work. So what do we got? We've got green cable. Oh, green cables is a supply of everything. So actually that should be a green cable, not a red cable. So we want green, 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 and not red. So we'll set this to run when methane ice is less than 0. So when we get a request for methane ice coming in from Talos, we can use this to satisfy it. So that's okay. That's my inputs. We've got the inputs connected over there and programmed now. Outputs are connected. Done that. Send requests as negative numbers, and I've done that. Well, I've started thinking about that. So now we have the complicated part, where we try and consider roughly how much sulfur we want to be bringing over, and then try and decide if that's even possible. So to make crushed naquitite requires, and we reckon this stacked up to 40. So we need to run this 20 times in order to make a stack, and we would like to take out, let's say 1,500 stacks. Let's be optimistic. We're probably not going to get the 1,500 stacks. We'll say 1,500 stacks. So we need 750 times this, which is 750 times. Hang on, what's 750 times 8, which is 1,500, 3,000, 6,000. So we need 6,000 naquitite to come in, and 6,000 naquitite requires 120,000 sulfuric acid. 120,000 sulfuric acid requires 1.2 thousand, 12,000 sulfur. Sulfur stacks up to 50, so 12,000, 24,000, 24,000. 240 stacks of sulfur. No. I've dropped all my numbers all over the place. It was 120,000 sulfuric acid. Which means 1200 1,200 times this. 1,200, so 12,000 sulfur. Yeah, so 2,500 stacks, which is more than will fit in a spaceship. So we're not going to be able to, so the problem here is going to be when we fly the spaceship out full of sulfur, we're not going to have enough sulfur to make enough sulfuric acid to make all of the naquium that we want. So that kind of sucks.
Missing a zero there.
Oh,
12,000 divided by 50 is 240.
240 stacks. Okay, that's a lot more reasonable. Okay, so let's make it a full warehouse worth, because that's a convenient round number. So it's 500 stacks of 50, which is 250 stacks of 100. So 250, 100, to all of those 25,000. 200, yeah. So let's make that minus 25,000. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. It's a massive negative number there. Right, now I think about the same with iridium. This is going to be hopefully a little bit easier. So getting 2 crushed naquitite requires 0.2 of iridium. So 10 crushed naquitite, and I was going to I've forgotten how many of those I was going to have in total now. It stacks up to 40. So that's 40 times 1,500. Why am I not doing this with a calculator? Uh, 1,500 times 40 is 60,000, of course it is. And it's going to take for every, and it takes 0.1 iridium plate to make one of those. So I can divide that by 10. So I need 6,000 iridium plates, and an iridium plate I assume it's 10. I'm imagining it's going to be 10 from an ingot. Come on, where is it? There we go. 10 from an ingot, yeah. So I need 600 iridium. So let's ask for 1,000 iridium. Hey, Mike, can I have 1,000 iridium, please?
Yeah, sure. It's in the warehouse.
Let's make it 1,500 actually, so we've got a little bit of excess. Okay, cool. We'll load it up. Which warehouse?
Oh, several of them. So there's 10k there. There's another 2.2k there.
Okay. As long as one of those... Oh, okay, yeah, we've got a supply coming through. Nice. A ship must have just arrived. That's excellent timing. I approve of that. Right, let's extend this belt then over here somewhere. Which ship is it? It's this ship. This is the naquium supply.
So what happened, Tristan, is the downstream top stations are all switched off. And there are some trains which then just went, oh, destination full, can't go there. And just stopped, and one stopped there. Which then backed up.
Okay.
Trains coming out of the elevator trying to go right, or no, east, as well as trains coming in from the west.
Yeah, that can happen,
Yes.
but will sort itself out.
Yeah, and both times it sorted itself out, but it was just very noticeable that there was about 8, 9, 10 trains in the stack, just waiting for a while. Then it all cleared, and then another one built up about 3 trains and cleared again within about a minute and a half.
So I think that may have been due to the train jam over at near the other elevator, because there's a missing train signal there that I've subsequently told bots to add.
Right, that's
Yeah,
that.
That's awkward.
Okay, so we've got our supply handled coming in here now of all of those things. At least once the belts have been placed, fine. I need to run a belt down here to tell those when to. A cable down here to tell those when to turn on. That's fine. I haven't set a. Yeah, there's no destination set over here, so hopefully the ship won't even try and go. Actually, the destination will be set from over here. I don't know why that hasn't been set yet. I've probably missed a cable. That's going to be awkward. But we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. It's just occurred to me that I'm bringing out methane ice from here as well, which is going to need to be sent over to Talos. But that'll be going from the ship that's probably going to park here. So we'll have the Talos 3 ship will go in here, and that will fly from here over to Tal Orbit, send the stuff down for naquium processing, and then come back over to here. So that's fine. Those are going to be that's separate, and we don't have to pass the methane ice all that far over. So yeah, just need these pylons to be put in so I can carry on building. And then I can start filling it up with sulfur and naquium, and then we can start actually, maybe getting some naquitite through. I've only been going for 2 hours, and and we've not brought any sulfur over yet. But baby steps, baby steps. I could think about the rest of this programming up here. Actually, what does all the rest of this do? In fact, is all the rest of this wired in? That's the other question. I think it is, because I think I've used copy and paste suitably judiciously to get everything hooked up correctly. Oh no, there's some red cables missing here. Okay, those are the ones that go to the console though, so I won't faff with those just yet. I will take the green cable over here though, because that's the one that takes the contents of the ship out to the outside world. And that's hooked up to here, and then taken across to here, so we can use that to measure what's already been loaded into the ship. So that's important. All of this, right? This needs to be connected up. So over here, what goes on over here? What is occurring? So these inserters, the red one connects to there, and the green to there. Okay. At some point, I'll make a video about how this system works. And then as part of doing that, I'll have to learn how it works, and therefore I'll be much better at fiddling with it and making tweaks and things. But I have not done that yet, so today is not the day. All right, now these pylons have been put in. I can run a green cable down here like that, and that. Oh yeah, it's not being fed through yet because I haven't renamed. This has been renamed. Yes, that's from Stardust already. but this one has not been renamed to From Stardust, like which it needs from. Is it at the bottom of the list? Yes, it is. I thought it automatically sorted them, but apparently not. Back to Norbit. Nothing. We're not getting anything through from it. Probably because I've not hooked things up at the top here. So now we also need a green cable going from there into there. Is that now sorted? Yes, there we go. We are now getting stuff through.
Well, it's an awkward moment in every man's life. My wife just came in with the tape measure and went, "Darling, I need to measure you." Now? And when you say me, what measurement exactly are you after? The fact that you've brought in a meter-long tape measure kind of implies that it's nothing interesting. But
well, it's not going to be hair length, is it?
Well, yeah. It's true. For those in the chat who don't know, my hair currently goes halfway down my back.
Yes, but that's only the hair that grows from halfway down your back.
Shh! Don't tell them that bit.
Oh, it's a lowercase versus uppercase. That's why it's a bit... Okay, so... Yeah, so I see what you mean. So literally everything else starts with a capital letter, but I was lazy on this one. And so it's been put right at the bottom of the list, because apparently lowercase comes after all of the uppercase. I see. So...
As a Linux user, I thought you'd be aware of that particular...
Well, I know that they're different, but I don't expect them to... But,
Case sensitivity is the thing.
Yeah, but I think Linux puts the letters of the same letter but different cases next to each other.
I see what you mean.
It knows they're different, but it doesn't consider lowercase a to come after capital Z.
Fun fact: hang on, let me scan this story ahead a second before I tell it, because it might be classified.
Is this fact going to be less fun than promised?
Laurence, that is methane ice.
Yes, because the bit that makes the most fun I can't tell you about because it's classified. One of the European
Good story.
The missions for Earth observation genuinely nearly failed because case sensitivity in Linux. I can't tell you why, because they classified that rather than fix it.
They just classified the fact that they're a bit dumb.
Yes.
Okay. I remember actually way back before I discovered Linux. I remember producing very basic websites that to date this story, I will say that I was uploading to GeoCities, and their servers clearly ran on at least some sort of Unix derivative. And so I had all kinds of trouble where I'd make a website on my own computer, which was running probably Windows 98 or maybe Windows 3 in those days. I can't remember exactly how far back it was. I'd make it would work fine, and then I'd upload it, and it wouldn't. And at the time, I'd never heard of case sensitivity as a thing, so it caused me no end of headaches. And eventually, I discovered that apparently these web servers minded whether you used uppercase or lowercase. So yeah, I can sympathise to an extent. I was going to say we didn't really have the internet in those days, but given that I was just so I couldn't look it up. But given that I was just talking about how I was making a website, that's clearly not true.
It's one of the things that working for it's a subsidiary of the European Space Agency, but working for them really irritates me is that if something goes wrong, they're more likely to classify the report that points this out than they are to fix it. Based on my experience of all the things that I found.
Why are you doing? Why is more iridium coming through? Clearly, this is not passed all the way through the way it should be. Yeah, there's obviously meant to be a link over here somewhere. No, there isn't. What? I don't know why this isn't working. Let's stop this for the moment. Oh, the ammunition has stopped coming through. What? Mark! hello, Sophia. So, welcome. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted by sudden unexpected iridiums.
Are you requesting 300 ammo?
Yes.
You have 300 ammo.
Yeah, but it flowed and then it stopped, and then it so that okay. How much iridium? Then why did it?
You've probably got
if
what you're
you're-
asking for.
Yeah,
But
I was gonna say, if
no,
you're
the thing
trying to
is,
do it
the ammo and the iridium flowed and stopped. Then I started putting it into the spaceship, and they started flowing again.
Because those those loaders are all the wrong way around.
I've just turned
Because
them
you
round to stop it
Okay.
because I went, oh no, it's passing through too much iridium. I don't want that. What's going on? Yeah, down here we're seeing minus 415 iridium.
Yeah,
I asked for 1500, and there's about 1500 in the spaceship. I thought I asked for 15. Let me check what I actually asked for, because that could be where I've confused. Oh, no, this is correct. This could be where I'm confusing myself.
Yeah, it looks like you've got 24 more than you're intending to ask for. The inserters are just loading.
Right. Okay. Look.
sulfur.
Over here, I have a request for 1500 iridium. So it says minus 1500 over in Stardust. That's as expected. Over here, in these warehouses, there is about roughly 1500. So I'm sort of happy with the amount that's in the spaceship. Okay. But looking down here at the bottom of where down here where it's being fed in, it says minus 415. I don't know where that's come from, because there is about.
That's the 1500 minus the ones in these three warehouses.
Yes, it's topping up those three.
Oh, it's topping up those warehouse. Oh, of course,
So
right?
the
Yes,
next
I
line
remember.
will load
Thank you. I understand now. I forgot that you get a second copy of everything.
I thought you only got that once the ship left, but I'm not certain.
No, you get it straight away, because it will load these three warehouses on the left with a full ship's load, transfer it into the ship whilst trying to maintain that level. So there's always one ship load in the ship and one ship, in theory,
In the
one ship
three
load in the ship,
chests.
one ship
Right.
load ready
Yeah.
to go, so that as soon as it arrives, it starts loading.
I understand. So yes, the inserters are only passing a sulfur through. Right. Yeah. Okay. Crisis averted. I understand now. So that this makes sense. So, hello, Mitchell. Yes. So for anyone who didn't quite understand the explanation there, I'll repeat it again just to prove that I understand it. And so the idea is that the system feeds through a full. We'll try and keep a full load of what the ship expects in these warehouses. And when a ship arrives, these inserters will attempt to put everything that the ship wants, or the system wants, into these warehouses inside the ship. So you will eventually end up with double the amount, one set in the ship ready to be taken away, and another load in the warehouses ready to be put into the ship when it comes back again. That does make sense. In fact, okay, I understand now. I think.
For the methane ice, I currently have I put a request in for 1 rather than the minus however many. So none will be brought up, but that can be set when necessary.
Okay. We're not interesting. We're not using.
And I'm assuming you'll set
outputs.
up yours to output the methane ice.
Yes,
now
and I
as
think.
priority.
Yes. What I'll probably do is I'll put in a warehouse here, and I'll bring in all of the methane ice that you're bringing up and put it into the warehouse, and then I'll ask the ship that comes over from Stardust to bring more over whenever there seems to be a bit of a shortage of it.
As a subtle aside,
Yeah, that works.
it would be logical on these belts here to have a little thing reading what's on them, because if they back up, all of them back up, that is, then that
Then you're
implies-
requesting too much stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, that
And
could be
Mark
quite.
has said, no, don't do that.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, you could have it as a completely separate thing that just goes to an alarm, perhaps, or flashes a light or
That's-
something.
That's what I was thinking. You have an alarm that goes off to say you need to go and look at this.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, what will happen is you'll go, "Oh, this planet hasn't delivered its ship for."
Yeah,
10
you go.
hours.
I'll need more sulfur.
Yeah,
It's always
and
sulfur, in my experience. For the stuff I've been doing, it's always been sulfur anyway.
Rare metals is what I've been dealing with today.
You've been sort of wanting more than a spaceship's load of it, have you? Or feeling like
no,
you
I've
might
been-
do?
I've been trying to improve the rates of providing that logistically.
Okay.
Well, if you're requesting, 8 different things, then making sure that you keep to a grand total of 1,500 stacks across those 8 different things can get a little fiddly, especially as you tweak the balances.
Yeah, exactly. I understand that with Talos, I think it is for me, is the awkward one there, because it requires enormous amounts of sulfur and some other things as well. So I think it's going to get even worse when I'm trying to take even more. Actually, no, I'm going to have a second spaceship for it, so it's not going to be quite as bad. But it's going to be a lot of stuff that's needed for making naquium in huge quantities.
Talos has got a request for 7 different items on this, according to these signals. That includes yellow square and S.
Nobody has ever said that before, Sophia. Sophia says...
Yeah, it's Laurence is afraid that I'm going to upstage him. And that when I launch my own challenging Twitch stream, you'll all jump ship and come to the clearly superior stream that I do. I joke, of course. We are genuinely, that's the thing that is going to happen. Me launching a Twitch stream at some point when I have time.
Time.
Yeah.
Oh, I need water on this ship as well. I forgot about that.
Very much talking to each other to make sure that we are not going to disrupt each other.
Yes, well, so yeah, we might get even. There might be even more days with streams on from the Laurence Plays conglomerate. There's a word. It's not a good word, but it's a word. Yeah, I'm going to need to run a water pipe along here because you can't make steam out of mineral water, as far as I'm aware. Despite
you can have fun trying though.
I think you just end up scaling up your system, and I don't mean making it bigger.
Can you make
Laurence, we have ice here. You could just pipe that up. Actually, no, that's using up cryonite. You shouldn't really.
Yeah, we have a supply of water available in space, so might as well just go with that.
Should do it properly, really.
Okay, I think you can. In fact, yes, you can use mineral water to make. You're going to enjoy this whether you want to or not. To make water, but you need to go through a lot of intermediate stages.
Okay.
It just goes through via matter.
Going via matter is definitely cheating.
That is the cleanest one. You could convert it to nitric acid, ship in a load of crushed iridite, make some cation exchange beads and some hydrogen chloride.
Good.
Use some dirty iridium water, which you could then clean to get water.
Oh yeah, let's do that. That's much easier than what I was thinking. I was going to put in another train station.
What's the point of doing
that
it?
seems
It's not going to be a
complicated.
challenge.
I know, right? Bottom one for this. And there for the splitter, and there for the splitter. Right, and then... Yeah, this spaceship wouldn't get very far without a supply of water to turn into steam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. And this is a weird one. It's rather a normal spaceship would have a stockpile of. In fact, let's look at a normal spaceship that was made by. This one was designed by Mark. So yeah, a normal spaceship, you have a tank on it somewhere like this one that contains some water, and you turn the water into steam. You turn the steam back into water and get some electricity out of it as well, and you put the water back in the tank. I wanted to be different, and so. And it's not so much that I wanted to be different, but I ended up being forced into being different. So instead, we're going to be taking in water here, turning it into steam, storing the steam in a tank, then turning that back into water and boiling back into steam to store the steam in the tank again. So instead of this pump here monitoring until we've got a certain amount of water on the ship, it's going to monitor until we've got a certain amount of steam. But, you know, it'll work in basically the same way. I'm sure it will all be fine. That is not what I meant to click on. I'm sure it'll be lovely.
That seems to have backed up now.
It has, but bearing in mind that was barely a trickle previously.
Turns out beacons with tier 3 modules are fairly effective.
Yeah.
It's gone from half a red belt to 6 full red belts.
I like the way you...
No, it hasn't.
Because
they're not moving fully.
Fair enough. But you know,
even the 3 it's dropping down to aren't moving fully.
True, that middle one is emptying before it gets to the bottom machines.
Oh yeah.
Actually, yeah, the middle one is. The side ones aren't.
Yeah, the side ones aren't. Yeah.
Oh, I'll just be Okay, good. I'm glad we're getting more iridium because I'm going to start using it. I believe 1 steam equals 1 water, or 1 water makes 1 steam. Let's check. But I think so. There's many ways to make steam.
Sure.
This is ways to turn steam into things. But yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, these recipes seem to be. That one doesn't count. That one doesn't count. That one doesn't count. There we go. 100 water to 100 steam at 100 degrees. 100 water to 100 steam. 100 water to 100 steam. Yes. 1 DT fuel cell and 16,720 water turns into 1 empty DT fuel cell and 16,720 steam at 975 degrees. What the hell?
That's the thing that we can't use as well, 'cause it's grey at the top.
Oh yeah,
It's a weird nonsense thing.
but still, it's so is the number. But yes, it is a 1-to-1 happily. Not Kothar, Norbit. Here we go. Right, so what was I doing down here? Yes, I was setting up a station. Oh, heck. Heck. No. I need to have a different name. I copied and pasted, and I shouldn't have done that. Water drop. Standing at fluid buffer, that's alright then. Phew. Oh no! No, it's not alright. Oh, damn it.
Disgraceful.
I know. Actually, yes, in hindsight, I should have pumped it over into the other tank. I didn't think of that in time. I panicked.
You panicked at the point where nothing was happening.
Yes, I know. I got scared that something else might happen, and it might get even worse. But yes, I know. That was foolish. I shouldn't have done that. I humbly apologise. Well, slightly humbly. Right, so that's going to be now. That's going to be actual water. Yeah, obviously the steam that comes out of this and goes into the tanks can be obviously compresses really, really well when in the other tank. So yeah, I wonder what's the record for steam compression and trying to reduce the steam back down to the volume of the water that it was produced from. I mean, I assume I want to assume that you can't get it all the way there, but I'm curious as to how far you can get it. It also bothers me that this bus is 4 wide instead of 5 wide, because I can't just go drag across and get everything in the right place. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dunk. There we go. So now, when all of that runs and places and everything, it should start. We should get some water through. So you have a train standing at fluid. Oh, I set train limit. There we go. Oh, true. That's a good point. Yeah, if you compressed your steam down hard enough, then it would because of the increase in pressure, it would still be water because it wouldn't have boiled yet.
You do have to also. You have to be careful because there's the triple point.
Yeah, we've got another one of those trains trying to go down that's full again, or train that's gone destination full because it's run out of stuff to take down.
It'll sort itself out in a moment.
There we go.
Oh, it's just the same, yeah.
Right, so there is the water. Water comes back down. The water flows down the pipe. Bots are lazy. Bots are on their way. Okay, and that will then fill this one up, and we'll then be about ready to go. So over here, we need to do some checks. So we've got a Yes, 100 degrees steam is presumably not actually a gas in the pipes. It's been compressed back down to a liquid somehow. So yeah, they could rupture extremely messily, which would be unfortunate. So actually, I need to increase the number of. Hello? Right. I need to increase the number of ticks we're expecting. Ticks equals 40. Okay. I guess that's a way of making sure that the ship doesn't depart sooner than it should. Because presumably all the other ones, ticks are much, much lower numbers. Oh no, ticks are 4... What? Where the hell are all these ticks coming from then? If these ships don't depart until they hit 40.
It'll be the number of inserters, potentially. The one combinator you didn't check.
12, 18... 18, 90, that'd be 20. So, that's output 1 tick. That's output 1 tick. That's output 1 tick. What else is on the input to that? I can't read the cables very well. Yeah, it's those three combinators feeding into this one. If tick equals 40, and this one's saying if everything is less than or equal to 0, output 1. This one is if there's enough fuel, output 1. This one's if there's no iron, output 1. I think. Oh no, hang on. That's also feeding to here. Is that to here? Yes, and then going over to here. So this is also
all the ones I've looked at have 3 or 4 on the ticks.
So that's 1 tick.
Oh, there we go. There's a
Input count of S's. Huh?
Actually,
What?
so this is the Oluran and Stardust are the only ones that are set at 40.
Oh, maybe that's a
It's entirely
deactivation
possible that
then.
neither of those have actually. No, the Oluran must have left.
Yeah, but maybe it's been deactivated.
Potentially. Oh yes,
And
you
that's
just
how-
copied this one, didn't you? Rather than
Yeah.
paste. Yeah, that's why.
Right. Okay.
The Oluran one has been disabled, and you've just blindly copied it rather than placing down the blueprint.
Okay. Right. So I also need to check the amount of steam. That's another. Which is currently 0. It's being fed down a red cable down to here. That should probably be a. Oh, that's stopping us loading when we shouldn't. So that could be the same green cable as this one. Let's link that to to there, there, and then unlink the red cable because it isn't needed. So that's all of the stuff in the ship. So it's being fed over here, and when we get some water through, which we are now, but the pump is not pumping. Oh, because I haven't set that to 2. Right. So what's that? That's a tank of. It doesn't say the capacity. Would be useful if it did. 50k. So let's set that to 45k steam. Steam. What's that? Oh, methane gas. Fair enough. When steam is less than 45,000, then bump. There we go. So now we've got steam in here. 16, 17, 18, 19, and we want to go until 45,000 steam, and then the ship can depart again, because that means it's brought enough water in. So that's going to be a condition equals 5. We're not bringing that. Yeah, we're not bringing that into the ship yet. Also, we're not. I've not connected this over to there yet. So over here we are seeing two ticks on the input. So we've got nothing on the. So we're looking out for 36,000 of this. I think that needs to be linked in as well. That's fine. I can do that. What have I messed that up? Let's clean all that up. There's 2 cables in there, and I can't tell what's going on with them. Still, that is all of those connected together, and that's the most important thing. We've got the same number of tanks in there and in there, so that's fine. So now we should have 3. We should have 3 ticks on this side. Yeah, we've got 3 ticks on this side. So that's all that. And what are we bringing back in this ship? This ship is not going to be bringing any resources back to Norbit. So we don't have an unload to do here. I don't think.
So you're bringing back. To Norvis specifically, right?
Yeah, it's going to be bringing the crushed naquitite to Talos, and then flying back here to refuel and reheat and restock, and then flying back out again. It's not going to be bringing the naquium in.
You're dropping off the methane here.
That's true.
Actually, you're dropping off methane here. Oh,
no.
You might as well drop methane off at the same place you're dropping the other stuff off.
Yeah, that's true. But that'll mess the numbers up a bit.
I thought you switched to just to 2 destinations method, but
no, I'm still going to do 3 destinations to drop the in order to drop the and that's actually that's a good point. I'm going to need to program that in the at the other end and not send it back to Norbit. I need to fix that before anything unfortunate happens. This one needs to watch for steam being greater than or equal to 45k, and output 1 green tick. So that's you go into the same place as everything else. Yes, that's there. And then out the other side, it's a red cable that goes up to there. But yeah, so we will be unloading. I think we'll be unloading the methane ice here, because I think that's the most sensible way to do it, probably. Yeah, I guess.
Do we want methane ice anywhere other than for naquium processing?
I don't know. Methane gas can be used for 9 different things. Yes, it's being used for the lattice pressure vessels, so we could need that in Norbit. That's only going to come up from the ground, which means it's only going to come from the big grid supply, but we could change that in the future. Can turn it into process fuel, biosludge, back into methane ice, naquium. Self-sealing gel, we'll probably need that at some point. Nutrient gel, methane gas barrel, nothing. So yeah, we need it for lattice pressure vessels and self-sealing gel that's probably going to be in Norbit for both of those, I expect.
Yeah.
Doopy's asking why I don't just unload. I suppose I could just unload it in Talos. It's going to be a little bit more complicated, but it should be manageable.
We do need it here,
But we do also need it here. But some of it is being provided from Big Grid.
And the self-sealing gel is a Vita thing, isn't it? So that one's fine.
Sounds like it. But the main reason for bringing it here is to make the logistics simpler, to be honest. Which isn't a great reason, but also it's not too bad. So I think let's go with that for now. So we're still loading the. Oh no, the ship is full of sulfur. Okay. So now, does that mean the ship is now considered itself ready to go? We've got 3 input ticks. Because we're still boiling water into steam. Okay. So the ship is very, very nearly ready to go, I think. We've got up to... We're now trying to do Deep Space Science 1, which is why I'm going out and thinking about naquium. That's where we've got to, Sophia. And it's terrifying. 40... Filling up the steam here. That's going pretty well, I think. Um, 42... Oh, that's why I was only getting little bursts of sulfur through it, because we've run out. Okay. But a ship has arrived from Taras with a load of it, so that's okay. We can steal some of that. And there's enough in the ship anyway for this run, so that's all right. There we go, 45,000. So now you've gone to a green tick as well. Ding. So now you are seeing 4 input green ticks, and we're waiting for 5. So which one's sad? You're happy. You're happy. You're happy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I not count? Which is entirely possible. What's going on over here? You're waiting for 4
on the right.
Ticks. 1, 2, 3. Sorry?
There's a tick on the right.
Yes. That's for fully unloaded, presumably. What produces that one? That happens when you get... That's the wrong ship. You get an output green tick on the right when you get to greater than 300 S. I think... Oh, it's a counter. which is now 100,000. So this is not wired in properly. No, it is outputting in one green tick. It's just not sending it anywhere because I need to hook it up to this pylon as well, I assume. Let's check that somewhere else. No. What? The hell? Oh, no, it's a red cable that goes... Oh, so it goes on a red cable to the pylon thing. Oh, yes, of course. Right, yep, I understand. So, over here, I need to put in a red cable from there to there. And there is one already going over the top. So now, we have... Yes, now we have a launch signal. And I believe everything is set up correctly, so that launch signal feels like it should be correct. I'm going to launch this ship, and then I'm going to have another panic. Unless anyone can think of any reason. Speak now or forever hold your peace, basically. Does anyone of the gathered here see any reason why this ship should not be launched? Exciting and terrifying. But yeah, so okay, Sophia says 3 green rockets. I think that means launch. Nobody else has said anything. I think I'm just going to bite the bullet and let the ship go. So to do that, I need to link up this to that, and then the ship will vanish.
And of course, because you dropped 4 red cables.
It's alright, the bots took them away. Oh, but because it's the first time it's gone anywhere, it hasn't automatically engaged, I think. Yes, it's going to Stardust, but it hasn't automatically engaged because it hasn't... This is its first trip, I believe. So I'm going to engage it manually. I'm also going to give it a different name. Stardust. I mean, Stardust is quite a cool name for a ship as well, so yeah, I'm okay with that.
You may want to set a speed based on accumulator storage amount or something. Possibly 2 of them, because then your speed limit is 200 rather than 100. Makes
sense. And you're outputting an A, aren't you? No, you're outputting... Oh, it's already outputting a speed. This one's outputting an A. There we go. I don't know if they're capable of doing... this ship design is capable of doing 200. I also don't think it matters. The punk of daft. Yeah. No, all of our ships seem to be named after where they go, which is not the most exciting ship naming scheme, but on the other hand is at least helps us work out what on earth they're doing when we just find a random rogue ship somewhere in the middle of nowhere. So it's managed to pick up speed to about 82. I think this is probably not going to pass 100 based on the way it's accelerating at the moment. It's going to take 27 minutes to get out to me at this speed, so we've got some time to carry on shenaniganing around here. Oh, Rav needs to replace deconstruction planner and fish with resource. Oh, deconstruction planner, there's none of those. I've replaced all the fish with resources as appropriate, so I think this can now go as well. Right, so we're now waiting for the ship to arrive. Now, the other thing I do need to do is change the destination in here, wherever it is. Change the destination in here, which is going to be one. Yes, this one should not be going to Norvis orbit. We want it to go to Talos orbit, which is 52. So change that, not 36, but 52. And then I guess I need to. Well, I need to go over to Talos and set up a landing pad there, and all of the infrastructure that goes with it. However, in the meantime, I mean, this I believe will kick in and start working once the ship full of sulfur arrives. So I think the next thing to do is to lay all of this and then come down here and get a mine set up down here with these 2 patches. So let's do that while we wait for the 20 minutes for the ship to arrive. Let's get some. See how this tracks. Oh, is the clamp ID here not already set? I think it is, but yeah, I will check that because it is the sort of thing that could easily be forgotten. Have I run? No. How much track have I got? Oh, I have nearly run out of track. I'll go back and get some more track as well. And by go back and get some more track, I mean just get it out of my spaceship. And when I say my spaceship, I mean the interstellar one, because I did bring quite a lot. Whoop. probably enough. Right, did I change the clamp ID over here? You should be 100. Yes, I did. I did change that. Thought I had. I have to admit, though, I wasn't sure, and so that sort of thing is very worth checking. And yes, because the ship expects to land at clamp 100, I'm going to need a new spaceport in Intel orbit, and because it's going to be dealing with entirely different resources, I want to have a different spaceport in Intel orbit, because otherwise things would get extremely messy. I don't want that. I'd appreciate it if my bots would be a little bit less lazy as well. I know it's because our factory's got too big, so the bots are just the bot code is working overly hard, and therefore sometimes it just forgets about me. But still. Okay, so that's the train out. So down here now we have a loading system. Right, so I need to put in a junction over there. So it's blueprints, game blueprints, rails. Junctions, full junction, sure, why not? Put that there. And then I can link that up to there, like that. So there we go, that'll do. I could move the entire station thing up a bit. Yeah, let's do that. Let's line things up nicely. Put that there. Then I can put that over from there to there, and one coming out from here to here, and turn around. Build all this up. How about now? There we go. I think that signal shouldn't be there because it's now a junction. Go. Build this bit, please. Thank you. And down here as well. And I'm going to need fluid unloading from down at this end as well. But that's fine. I can put that in a moment. And then obviously naquium loading from over here, since that's the whole point of what we're doing. That's why we're here. I've run out of loaders. Great. Never mind. I'll get some more in a moment. So over here, we need to, this naquium patch is right on the edge of an asteroid, just to make things awkward. So I'll need to do a little bit of filling in some of the gaps along here, like this. So let's put in some drills and then just see how things go and decide where I want to put my drills. Oh, that. I guess I'll put in a row of them across like that. Can I put one more? Yes, I can. And then across here. Right. So here I will now need to start putting in little bits of scaffolding. In theory, yes, it could be. Yeah, it could be done. We could have all of us streaming to different Twitch channels. Now there is a service called Multistream, which I've seen one of my friends has used in the past. I don't know how much. The problem is, I think that no matter how many people you have watching on Multistream, I think it just counts as one view. So it's a bit bad for engagement and channel stats and all that sort of important stuff. So I'm aware that it exists. I've not personally used it. I don't know. I did try something ages ago, back when we were playing Minecraft, where I had multiple people's views showing up on my stream, so you could see what everyone was seeing. The general consensus was that it was a nice idea, but it was basically horrible. It didn't work for what we were trying to do. It didn't make for a pleasant viewing experience for the viewer. So we abandoned that idea fairly quickly. But it was an interesting idea. I'm sort of glad we tried it, because, as I say, it was sort of kind of interesting, but it didn't. The general consensus from the viewers was that it was not a good time. And yeah, Multistream has the problem, as I say, with Twitch not really supporting it, or with it not really working very nicely with Twitch. I think Twitch might have some sort of thing similar. I might be making this up though. Does anyone remember Twitch introducing a sort of a party mode or anything like that? Or am I just...
Yeah, so Twitch does have a party mode. The idea is that you sign up to a party, and you can effectively either have them all open at once or flick between them. but you only get the audio from one. Or you
Okay.
can click the audios if you want, but the point is that it groups them all together to make it easier to discover each other's streams. But if you're going to do a multi-stream, as in multiple people streaming the same game, then in reality, either you need to have a system by which you only talk to each other when you need to talk to each other, which has all of the usual fun and games of, how do I know that you want to talk to me? To which there's text chat, there's ways of solving it, but some of them are a bit clunkier. Or you don't do stream of consciousness, you talk about high-level concepts.
Yeah. And one of the nice things about the sort of the stream of consciousness, which feels like a pun, is that as I'm talking about something, mine tend to be quite a lot of high-level stuff in my streams of consciousness, I think. But a lot of it is sort of pointing. It's useful to be able to point at things as I'm talking about them, rather than just being completely abstract. And without the view, you'd lose that. But yeah, and you could potentially have multiple people having their own streams where you're just chatting with each other as you go, but not really talking. But sort of cutting
stop and go and all look at the same thing for a few moments.
Yeah.
Just talk about it in detail, or
So there are possibilities, but I'm not convinced that any of them are particularly good.
Well, all of it requires sort of planning and/or discipline.
Or maybe both.
Yeah, and/or. Yeah, that's kind of the limitation of the system.
Yeah. So when we're playing Minecraft, because we had at that point we had two of us streaming, myself and Al, and so the theory was that we could each talk to our own streams and be muted and mute the rest of the channel when we wanted. Mute the other people's talking when we wanted to talk to just our own chats. And the theory was quite nice, but it didn't work brilliantly.
So there's two things there. I think what would have really helped you both in the end was, because you're both trying to do stream of consciousness onto the same voice channel, and the sort of solutions that all involved, I'm going to do some clever setup with the text so that everybody else is really quiet in the background, or only I can hear them.
Yeah, well, I did that. I'm not sure what Al did, but yeah, my fix for it was essentially to mute everybody else for my chat, so that they could only hear me when I was talking to my chat, but keep them keep them sort of slightly audible in the background. So if they tried to get my attention or anything like that, so audible just to me and not to the stream, and then I could flick back and forth between talking to just my own chat and talking to the other players as well whenever I felt like it, and it sort of worked. I mean, technically it worked, but I don't think the experience was great as far as the stream went.
Yeah. The other way of doing it, which is what most of the professionals, like the pro Minecraft streamers who do nothing but Minecraft, do, is to say, well, you know what, we acknowledge that this is going to be a bit of a headache, so we are going to use a thing called Proxmod.
So it's proximity. You only hear people if you're near them.
Exactly. At which point, by definition, you are near each other and interacting in quotes, but you're near each other if you are near each other by definition.
Yes.
You're either going to each other to talk to each other, or
you just happen to wander into each other's area, and then you say, "Oh hi, by the way, I'm wandering, I'm coming through." Stop bouncing off the spaceship. Yeah, well, Sophia says what he actually wants is just hearing me, but being able to flick through a bit and see what different people are up to. So that's slightly different.
Yeah, so, I mean, all of the solutions I've seen for that basically are have your main stream in your first tab of your browser, and then all the other streams muted, but open in other tabs or other windows, so you can...
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would work, I imagine. But you'd be a little bit thrown off though, because especially with the stream of consciousness sort of streaming, where I'm talking about the sort of things I'm doing, it would be a bit weird to be hearing me talking about what I'm doing but not be able to see it.
Yeah, although
that's choice as a viewer.
It is, so. Yes.
It's partly that, and also the answer is kind of in the statement, which is that is using a stream of consciousness approach. And there are other approaches out there.
Yes, that is true. Granted.
I mean, like right now, we're doing things and we're having a high-level conversation about a slightly different topic. The viewer can see on your screen what you're doing. Can't see what I'm doing. Can't see what Tristan's doing, but they can see what you're doing, and therefore they can sort of follow along what's going on. And I suppose what Sophia's saying there is it'd be useful to... absolutely right, Sophia. Hermitcraft is where I got that from, but it's on Empires, it's on a whole bunch of others as well. Yeah, the viewer can see what you're doing on your screen, Laurence, and can deduce what's happening.
Yeah.
Or they could theoretically flick to my stream or Tristan's stream to see what we were doing.
Yes.
The really interesting deconstruction stuff that I'm doing at the moment.
Well, yeah,
but in theory, sometimes you do interesting stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can understand. I can understand the logic. It's just we aren't really set up for it because we only have one person streaming basically. And the way we tend to, as I was saying, the way we tend to do the streaming is very much sort of a stream of consciousness type thing, and therefore it would be a bit weird to be. You'd find it a bit strange watching somebody else's stream with my talking, because most of the time I'm talking about what I'm doing. There are the tanks, like that, for example.
Yeah. Just wanted to make sure that Tristan isn't messing up.
Yeah, people just need to keep an eye on the more sus members of the team.
Yeah, exactly. Doopy's got it right, saying that what he does is watches a Stellaris tournament. When he's watching a Stellaris tournament, is have multiple tabs open with different players and the main event. So the audio is the main event, which is presumably the commentator, etc. And then you can choose to go and have a closer look at what this faction is doing right now, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yes, I guess if we had one sort of central commentator who was commentating on what everyone was doing, that might make sense. I can see the point of that. Add station necrotype pickup.
Yeah, so Johan's saying then he's been involved in a Fortnite event where all 100 players' screens were captured. Commentators are then going over what's happening, and then there's a producer or a couple of producers in the background, like at a sporting event, going, well, it's esports. You're saying, okay, cut to this screen and this screen because those are the interesting ones right now.
Yeah, and that makes sense. These are the people who are in a particularly interesting position or doing something fun. I struggle to imagine how you work out which of the 100 video feeds you're watching is currently the interesting one, TM. But I can see how the theory could work. Yes.
Same as within any sporting event where you say, well, where's the actual interesting action? If you watch any kind of Formula One.
Yeah,
the thing that surprised me when I found out about it is that you hardly ever see what's happening in first place because they're usually just sat there doing laps.
No, I was thinking about. I have to admit, I wasn't thinking about Formula One, but I was thinking a lot of sports. Yes, you're going to have multiple cameras, but you're not going to have 100 cameras. But Formula One actually might. So yeah, I can see that. It could be some
Formula One, you are at least only going to have a limited number that are interesting because they're the ones that have cars on that part of the track at the moment.
Yes,
which will help.
And the ones
but
that
still
the cars that are actually jockeying for positions are also going to be the potentially interesting ones. Yeah.
And that's the important bit is that even if, and I don't know enough about Formula One to say for certain, but even if the cars are stretched out over a third of the track, there's only going to be about a 5-meter segment of it, yes, whipping along at whatever speed it's going at, but only that very small segment that you care about because there is an overtake happening or there is something happening. I know that when there was a fairly significant accident, ages back now, it happened, and at the time they weren't looking at that, and so what they then did is a replay. They went, hey, this happened, and here are 17 different angles of the same thing.
Yeah, that's a fair point. You can then come back to it and do, well, now we'll have a replay. I didn't program that up properly.
Yeah.
This train is just going to go forever now because I didn't program it. Add wait condition. How about you wait there for 30 seconds? That'll do. Right, so you're going to come in there, you're going to stop, you're going to see that you're empty, and you're going to carry on immediately. That train does go nice and quickly, even though it's got one locomotive and a bajillion wagons. So, yeah, yay for maglevs.
Maglevs. Yeah, any kind of stream where you've got multiple potential points of interest is always going to come down to the discipline of the streamer or streaming group. Let's be fair. It's not. And yes, okay, very small scale streamers doing.
I think it's not just discipline. It's how well they've got their system set up to allow for a multi viewpoint stream system, I think.
Would include that in discipline. I mean, it's a comment I make a lot at work. My job is not to tell people how to do things. My job is to work out, given the bounds of the current system, environment, whatever, how we can do it best.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So
this tool isn't good enough. It's for me to say, okay, this tool does X, Y, and Z. How can I use that to my advantage?
yeah, I guess discipline in that context isn't quite what. Yeah, it's not quite what I was.
It's not the sort of strict normal definition of discipline. I'll give you that.
Oh, there's a belt missing down there. There we go. Right, so that is now a naquitite naquitite mine. It's a bit of a funny shape, but never mind. That should work. So now but we haven't got any acid yet because we're still waiting for that ship to come out with all the sulfur on it. So I also want to put another one over here and then feed it on a belt over in here and chuck a load more in this way. I probably want to put some speed modules in, but I actually kind of want to see how fast the other mine works first before I decide how many speed modules I want to put in, how many beacons I want to put in, all that sort of stuff. Get that working. Yeah, and maybe it's fair. Yes, maybe at some point it's finding the time in the day to do it. So I think, but yes, I like the basic idea. It's certainly the plan to do more. Certainly another supporter shenanigans stream at some point. But I think December is full, I'm afraid. So that's yeah. So yes, in theory, but probably not in. Yes, in theory, no in December, I guess. Oh, not there. I don't know if your life is the same, but I find December tends to fill up incredibly quickly and get incredibly full, because everybody wants to have their various Christmas parties and things. By everybody, I mean work and friends and all kinds of other things. And there's a number of birthdays in December, and then and there's Christmas itself as well. So. And given that it seems to be fairly traditional for my supporter streams at the moment to be on the 20-something of the month, there's a little bit of a problem there. Let's put some more ducks down. No, that's a pipe. There we go. Get the right thing. I didn't mean to start putting that in quite so soon. Put the drill in like that and then work out where the next row needs to go. There. So then across there, because I'll need a belt coming out of it. Down to here, and then yeah, continue that on downwards for another drill's worth, like that. And I think if I put the drills in down to about here, that's giving me 100% coverage. It's not the absolute maximum speed, because I could stick in another drill at the bottom. In fact, I might as well stick in one more drill down at the bottom, like this. Although then then I have to worry about the pipe. Actually, getting the fluid to that isn't going to be difficult. We'll do that, and then here and here and here and here. There. Right. So there we go. That's another mining area set up. Oh no, it's not quite. I haven't done the top part. Because I can't fit that in there. I need to put in another piece of ground like that. And, I'm going to want to put another one in there. Again, for a little bit of the speed boost from that. And probably another one in there as well. Yeah, I think that'll be enough. Oh, I'm definitely not calling you guys a problem. I'm calling that how full my calendar is a problem, if anything. And the fact that everything seems to happen in December. Wouldn't dare suggest you guys are actually the problem. Let's grab some of that, and I'll put these ores back in here because I don't need them at all. Okay, so then this is getting to the point where fairly soon I feel like I'm going to actually have a supply of naquium coming in, which is feels like quite the achievement. but it's still that damn spaceship. It's just not. It's not turning up as soon as I want it to. I'm impatient. So we need a belt coming across there, belt coming across there, and this comes down. And now I have the question of how many belts do I need to run from here over to the warehouse? Because which way round should I put these belts in? Should I make it? I probably don't need. I could probably have one coming through here. One through here that just loops around like this, and then comes back through, and then I can bridge that over to here. So I'll have potentially three belts coming in. Where is the ship? Let's play. Where's Wally? There's the ship. It has left Calidus orbit. It's left Norvis. It's flown all the way out of the Calidus system. It's made its way all the way to... It's got to Halcyon. It looks like it's sort of stopped off there for tea and muffins or whatever, and is now, well, so I'd say it's more than half the way over. So it's not going to be that long till it gets to Stardust. Actually, I don't think we've done certainly more than half of the journey. Especially as there's also getting out of Calidus orbit, getting out of the Calidus sphere of influence is a certain part of the run as well. So. Yeah, it is most of the way over. Probably, I wouldn't be surprised if by the time I get all of this finished, this mine and all the stuff that goes with it, the ship has arrived. I'm going to need a pipe going across there as well. But yeah, it's not quite here yet. And then I need another one coming across. Nope, that's an inserter coming across here. Like that. And then down here. Ooh, all over the place like that. There, out there. Ooh, too far. And across there. And yes, I need, as I say, I need another row across here for the pipe, and then these ones can all go blip straight across to there with suitable undergroundings like that to get past the tank, and then there we go. Lovely. And I've left room. Yes, I was pretty optimistic that I'd left room for the pipe there, so we'll then bring this one out from here like this, fly back over. Yeah, yes and no, Saphir, because time runs more slowly in Factorio than in the real world, because we're running at a reduced number of UPS at the moment. But yeah, we're it's on its way. It'll be here soon. If I put that in there, no, that's one square too long, and there's all this stuff here. What's getting blown up? It's Dracket. We don't care about Dracket. That's fine. We don't care about Dracket because we've decommissioned all of the. We essentially decommissioned that planet because we don't need the. Dracket was the old cryonite planet that we're not using anymore because it wasn't fast enough.
That sound you heard was the decommissioning.
Yes, it is being decommissioned by Meteor. Right, so that row done, that row done, that row done. So now I need to come over here. Well, we're doing little bits and pieces to improve UPS, like trying not to be too stupid with warehouses and using long pipes where reasonably possible. I don't think there's an enormous amount we can really do at this stage. It's just the UPS is what it is.
The free power on Njord.
Okay.
It's mostly unused, but I'm actually ripping it out now.
Okay. Tristan is doing a few things, but mostly we're just sort of going, well, we'll try and build as sensibly as we reasonably can and hope for the best. Yeah, so nothing. Boom, put that there, and then put another one there to pass power over. Right, there we go. So the power to all of those now. Yeah, it is quite nice. It does make a lot more. It does feel a lot more sensible that everything takes a while to arrive. I can sort of see why some of them, particularly delivery cannons, don't bother, because it would be a fairly quick thing anyway, and you might as well. it'd be a fairly quick thing anyway. Oh, I need to put an and in here. Fluid count. Sulfurious acid is... let's say greater than or equal to 74,500. So it doesn't have to be absolutely 100% full, but it has to be very nearly. Oh no, wait, those are space ones. That'd be 90,000, so it'd be 89,500. And that's meant to be an and. Go back there, please. And then we'll get rid of that and put in... I'm going to put full cargo there. It's never going to actually be full because it's going to have to unload all of the acid. But I want to look at the amount of naquium that goes in. I'm going to work it out by empirically by filling the train up rather than by working it out because I'm lazy. Fluids in general are a bit of an issue. Problem is though, accumulators are terrible. So storing energy in accumulators is not going to get you anywhere. You can't do it. So your best bet, I think, is probably going to be just have a relatively small setup like this. Pump the steam around it as quickly as you can, and go, because you can't store enough power for an interstellar journey in accumulators. They just your spaceship would be colossal and just completely full of accumulators to try and give you anything remotely approaching enough power. I don't think that's remotely realistic, I'm afraid. Okay, it's about halfway from where it was before, so we're now about maybe actually no, it has to. I think it has to get to the centre of Stardust before it'll actually dock. It can't just blip into the edge. So we're not quite at halfway from what I just saw. On planets, I don't think we're really storing steam on planets particularly. We've just got for the CME coronal mass ejection. Yeah, they're all static, so they're not. I was going to say they're not doing anything, but they might be dribbling through a little bit of power. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much of a difference it makes. It's quite difficult to tell where all of your UPSs are going, unfortunately.
I was planning on decommissioning the steam battery I've got.
True, I suppose virtually everywhere we've got now, we are producing more than enough power to deal with any coronal mass ejection that might come in. So we probably don't need them. We could just plug it into the mains, and we'd have such crazy amounts of power available that it's kind of irrelevant. We no longer need the steam batteries. So yes, they probably could all be pulled out, but do we dare? Right, so I think we're good here. I just need that spaceship to turn up so we can actually test it. So, are there any other naquitite patches out there that are worth going for at this point? So there's one down here that's 300,000. There's one down here that's 500,000. 750,000. 1.4 million. 1.4 million might be worth going for. How big is this one? Okay, this one's 8 million, and that one's 1. So I think it's probably not worth going after a 1 million one that's going to be slightly awkward to get to because it's all the way over there. But I'm going to do a little bit more scouting and explore the a little bit further out here and see if I can find another decent-sized naquium patch. And by naquium, I obviously mean naquitite. Oh, there's one. There's a patch anyway. We'll come back and investigate this. Oh, it's in the middle of a coal patch and a rare metal. Okay, that's enough of a tangle of different patches that I don't think it's even worth considering. We won't do that one. It is a silly place, as they say. Of course, asteroid fields are two-dimensional, so I should probably be looking a little bit more, well, two-dimensionally than I am. But we'll do that in a moment. Yes, a find lag button would be fantastic. And there are things in the debug menu that will tell you where the time is going for each frame. But it's been I've looked at that quite a bit, and it's not given me an enormous amount of useful information, to be honest with you. I don't know whether that's because I'm not interpreting it sufficiently, or whether it's just because it's not actually that useful for what I'm trying to use it for. But I've not found it useful. Essentially, is what I'm trying to say. Let's find some uranium. That's green. Oh, that looked like a good patch, although it might have been rare metals. I'll go back and have a look at it again in a second. Let's do one more sweep round along here and then along the bottom, and then I'll come back and have a look at the numbers of some of these patches and see whether any of them look promising. I could just use the automatic scan system, I guess. That would be slightly easier, but also slightly laggier. Oh, that's a good big patch, as long as it's not rare metals. Problem is, naquium and rare metals both kind of purple. And I'll fill in this gap up the middle because it's going to bother me otherwise. There we go. Right, so let's have a look around now. No, map view, not nav mode. Right, so that's rare metals. Damn it, got excited. That's naquitite, but it's a tiny patch. That's rare metals. Okay, so the brighter purple is rare metals. The slightly duller purple is the naquitite. 1.4, less than a million. That's rare metals. That's not bad. That's 3 million. I could go for that. That is that horrible mess we saw earlier. I think, yeah, some scanning might be required here. That one is probably worth going for, especially as it's just dead straight down this railway line from here. So we can blast all the way over here and then grab that one relatively easily. Yeah, let's turn scanning on while I build that. Scan. No, not Talos. Stardust. Scan. So that's going to be blueprints and once again rails and basics and straight rail. Yeah, there's a few places I've missed, but my theory is the further out you go from the centre, the bigger the patches are going to be. So it's kind of worth looking a bit further away generally anyway. And then I'm going to want to put in a junction on the end of here.
Wasn't there something about that not being the case for planets, at least, in space exploration?
I feel like it's still true for planets. That is a feels not reals, but I'm not sure.
I feel like someone said that it's not the case, but I don't know.
It doesn't. I have to admit, it doesn't really seem to be the case particularly strongly for Stardust specifically. In that I've gone out quite a long way, and the patches don't seem to have got noticeably bigger. I don't know. I'm reasonably happy with just letting the game do a circular scan and see what it comes up with.
I said that I just looked at arbitrary copper patches on Njord, and as I go out, they were getting bigger.
Okay, there we go then.
Not by a crazy amount.
Right. Yeah, I think it's the case. Okay, Sophia agrees that they get bigger as you get further out. Yeah. I think this bit was not explored when I put the blueprints down. Never mind. I'll sort out the power situation there. Actually, you know what? I won't do that. I'll do it properly. I'll put in a straight rail here and get that placed. There we go. And then at least when I come back, I can just easily drop in all the pylons as well. So that's nice and simple. Yeah, I don't know for sure about space areas either. This is the first one where this is the first place in space where we've gone out looking for resources, gone out getting resources, because everywhere else that we've gathered resources from has been a planet. It's not. We didn't go for the asteroid belt 1 for beryllium. I don't remember what is in Asteroid Belt 2. I do remember that in my 0.5 game I did go out to Asteroid Belt 2 because there was lots of uranium there, and I didn't have a uranium primary planet, so it seemed like a good place to get it from. And yeah, it worked quite nicely. But we haven't had that problem yet. We haven't needed very much uranium, and I guess it's because I was using massive quantities of uranium for uranium ammunition, because I didn't switch over to using laser weapons for a long time in my 0.5 run. I was certainly using nuclear power at one point, but as we all know, nuclear power doesn't actually use up that much uranium. Oh, okay. There was methane out there, and that rings a bell actually. Yes, I think it was when I was trying to decide what the best way to do oil would be, and there were the three options. There's bring it up in barrels. There was bring up coal and liquefy it, and there was get hold of methane ice from wherever and process that. And so we ummed and erred over that a little bit. And I think we eventually decided that actually barrels weren't that bad in this particular case, or at least every other method was just as bad as barreling up the oil. So yeah, we didn't.
It is time to think about sending the Laurence spaceship out again.
Okay. How is our supply of stone doing on Norvis? Because I did notice that the graph said it was a bit low, and I'm wondering whether we need to consider an Oliran of stone at some point.
The graph says we're at about half.
Okay. Is that so? Does that mean that the warehouses in the core processing area are at about half? Is that what we're measuring?
There is current. So it'll be that plus any mines. We are currently at. A train has just left there, and we were at almost a train load. As in about 30 seconds or so, there will be a train load available.
Oh,
there.
That's really quite low then. If it's not several train loads being there, I feel like that counts as we're running quite low on it.
The flip side is all of our silicon production is being fed directly from the core dump. So from the
right, okay.
Dump from Norbit stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Come on. Okay. I don't know quite how to feel, because on the one hand, I feel like if we bring in lots and lots more, we risk having too much and then just turning it into landfill and essentially wasting it. Come on, bots, stop being lazy.
Production rate, we have generated another 60 stacks since while talking about it.
That's
in the core area.
Sort of meaningless. Because it depends. I mean, it's the production rate versus the consumption rate that matters.
Yeah. Another train hasn't turned up to pick any up.
Right. So we might be alright. Yeah.
Just arriving now.
Yeah, placing meteor defences would be a good idea, but I haven't brought any. That was an oversight on my part. I haven't brought any guns out here yet, so I'll be bringing those with me next time I come. So yeah, this place is unfortunately undefended against meteorites. Yeah. Oops. However, I've now built that massive trunk of rail, so that's nice. Oh, the ship has arrived! Hurrah! So now we are starting to make sulfuric acid. How's filling up the train going? Well, we've got 2,200. I'm going to speed module these, at least for now. Because, yeah, we need a lot of acid. I don't know whether I'll probably just leave those speed modules in there. It's not like power is a problem in this place. We've got beam receiver down here, which is presumably I assume yeah, that is producing power. We are still powering everything off the spaceship I flew in with. I assume, yes, we are. If I pull that up, does anything lose power? No. Okay, so now we're still plugged into the spaceship. All right, never mind.
So the second train filled up here, and by the time it had filled up, there was another train load available.
Okay, it sounds like we are okay then. Good. Interesting. The pumps are playing favourites. Yeah, okay, let's have a look. Yeah, let's have a look at the scan process. Well, that's scanned quite a large area. So there's no, that's rare metals. There's a patch down. That's 49,000. 49. Oh, okay. So that was 49,000. There's a 350,000 there. 8. That's about 1 million and a bit. 1.4 there. It was some. That's rare metals. That's a good one. There's 5 million up there. Oh, that looks like a really good... 8 million there. Yeah, okay. So next, I think, a railway line coming from here up this way to go and get these two would be a good way to go. That's rare metals. And actually, that's a mess of tangles. Or, that's rare metals. There's so much rare metal out here. It's really annoying because it's the same colour. Yeah, so I think... Well, I'll grab this. I've started, so I'll finish. So I'll get this 3 million over here. And then the next ones to get will be these two up here. Let's stop the scan now. We found plenty. There's a massive iron ore patch up there as well. That was not the button I meant to press. That was the button I meant to press. Stop scanning. A massive, massive iron ore patch up here. It's only 6.7 million. It just looks big. And there's all those rare metal patches we've seen. Yeah. That's a good idea, Sophia. I think that would be a very useful one to have. We probably should have introduced that. Although over here it would have been an absolute headache because it would have had 3 icons over here. So in this case, would this count as two separate naquitite patches from those two, and you get 2 icons for them? I assume you would. And there'd be an iron ore there, and an iron ore there, and a rare metal there, and a rare metal there, and it'd just be a little bit of a mess around there. But then, to be fair, that area is a little bit of a mess, so I guess that's just fair. A patch of stone there, methane ice up there. Yes, looks okay. Oh, it only does 1 if they're really close. Nice. So it's smart enough to work that one out. That's good. Yeah, these 2 patches of naquitite. That's another 10 million. That'll keep us going for a very, very long time, I think. In the meantime, ooh, has this kicked in? No, the acid has apparently not made it out there yet because I've missed out a corner on the pipe. Okay, let's fix that. And you know, this needs a pump, doesn't it? Just because. Why have we stopped making? Why have you stopped making acid? Oh, iron production problems. I could put in another one of these because that is not a huge amount. I could speed module it actually. Let's put speed modules in first as a step 1. Like this, just because I can. There we go. That's taken it up to a plus 160%. So that's a bit quicker. What if I gave you a bacon as well for all this? Yeah, and it might make sense to divert. So you mean instead of going off this way to get that patch, we should just go straight up here? Is that what you mean? Having already laid all of this track, I think I'll probably will just go out here. There's plenty of track out here though for me to then go up here later as well. So there's plenty of. I think I will probably at some point. I suspect I'm going to need all of these patches because I feel like naquitite gets dug up incredibly slowly. Now at the moment I don't have any evidence of this. We've got a bit of acid going through here now. It's not very much of it. As I say, this really needs a pump in it. So I'm going to pull up that pipe, put in a pump there, and it's a what is it? Oh, stop making more pipes.
Laurence.
What?
Don't just copy paste. Oliran is completely fine. It's just we've been starving the iron down on Norvis because you've got a Stardust station that's just called Oliran Ore Pickup.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. I apologise. Oh, I don't know. Everything but 3. No, I've got 3. Put 3 down. There we go. And that needs power. Right. So if we ever get any acid available up here, we'll pump it straight out into the drills over that way. And you know, actually, we might have 1 or 2 pieces of naquitite coming through. But yeah, mostly we're just waiting to fill up the this train before, and then we can start. And I'm kind of okay with that. It's all going to be going to the same sort of general place eventually. So, though actually, no. You know what? For now, I'm going to empty. Yeah. Let's empty the train back out again and make this go somewhere slightly more useful. Get the local mine up and running first, and then we'll fill up the train. So this will pass all the way up here, again then. Yes, yeah, there we go. So actually, with all of this speedery, yeah, we are with this patch with speed moduled as much as it's possible to do without going up to more advanced modules. We've got, I would eyeball that at being about half a belt coming out. So we are a little bit short on that. What is blinking red? Lots of things. We are low on Vita extract. We're low on naquium. We're low on plates. Just plates in general to have dinner off, presumably. Low on iron ingots, holmium, immersite plates, iridium. Time to think about sending all around spaceship out again. Yes. Tristan mostly keeps an eye on those things, so I'm not worrying too much about the alerts. But yeah, we're short of lots of things, basically. Is what
We're very short of iron. All the iron ones, which are the plates and the ingots as well, are because of that station.
Yeah, so I messed up, and we'll have more iron available fairly soon. The rest of it is not enormously important things. It's things that we already know that we already know we're short of them. So the problem is we are so short of a lot of stuff that our alerts are just triggering all the time. So yes, we've become desensitized to them, which happened to me previously with LTN alerts when LTN was complaining about stuff because it always seemed to be, which is not ideal, but oh well. Are you? Oh, you're short of. Okay, these inserters can't keep up. Let's put another couple in then. That's ridiculous. Maybe more than 2 more. Are they not getting placed? Do we not have inserters available? There we go. I guess I have sped these up to 5.5 times their normal speed. So yeah, but you know we get through a lot of acid on this planet. In this with this mining shenaniganery. So you know we need to produce a lot of it. How's the train doing? 25, 18, 30. So that one's full. Got 80, yeah, well, the train is mostly full now. I think I set you up to go when you get 89 and a bit thousand. So that's going to go fairly soon. We've got. Oh. I'm feeding the immersite powder back out again. We had a debate about this, didn't we? What we were going to do with the immersite powder that comes out from the naquium processing.
Yeah, you're going to process it.
We decided all of the other things we're definitely going to process on site because there's no point in shipping them around and just causing headaches with that. And I think, as you say, I think we decided we were going to do the same with the iridium powder as well. Annoying though that is, no, powder, not power. So iridium powder needs enriched vulcanite to turn it into blast cake, and then pyroflux to turn it into iridium ingots. So I'd need to bring out vulcanite and enriched vulcanite out to here in order to reprocess that powder, which is not impossible, but it's a pain in the proverbial. So that's going to be another thermodynamic facility for that one, and a radiation facility for making the blast cake. Okay. I guess we're going to be doing that then. So that means over here, these will actually be programmed, so you aren't going to be fish, you're going to be enriched vulcanite, and you're not going to be fish either, you're going to be normal vulcanite. Oh, hang on. Making pyroflux requires vulcanite and stone, doesn't it? So we're going to get the iridium powder coming out, we're going to need the enriched vulcanite we can ship in, we've got that. Then we're going to need pyroflux, and pyroflux is sand and vulcanite. And this doesn't have a stone byproduct, unlike every other recipe like this. There probably is a stone to mine somewhere. Yeah, there's a patch of it up there, 415,000. Alright, let's do that. We'll pull in the stone from up there, mark belt it down here, and pulverise it into sand. So we need a mechanical facility to make the sand. We'll need a probably biochem to make the pyroflux. Yeah, so biochem to make the pyroflux. Which will be in here, of course. Biochem facility to make the pyroflux. So that'll go there, and yes, we'll have the... Why am I doing this here? Probably is the most sensible place to do it, really. Yeah, okay, so I'll put that in there. So that's sand, pyroflux. Okay, Sophia. Well, thanks for joining. I could process it on Talos and then ship it back over here, I guess. It would add to the complexity. No, I think it's actually easier to do it here. So you are to be making sand. So I can make 1 stone into 2 sand, or I can make 3 stone into 7.5 sand. Okay. Well, I'll go for the slightly cheaper one, just because that seems sensible. Then we'll make pyroflux here, and then we'll feed that down into the into some machinery down here, where we'll pull the iridium powder out of there, and that'll be then centrifuged with the enriched wasname, which is a nuclear facility, a radiation facility, sorry, which we probably are making those. That shouldn't be too hard. So we'll do that there. So that's going to make the blast cake, and then we need another furnace, a thermo facility here to turn that into iridium ingots, which we can then pass down onto back down here and prioritize on the input for this thing. Right, lovely. So let's take. Oh, belt this straight off the top. Don't. Yeah. No. Okay. There we go. That's what is what I meant to do. That can come to there. Then we'll have a mine up here, which will use the large mining drills like this. This feels so weird compared to what I was building before. I'm just throwing stuff in and going, I don't care. It's going to be just produce some. I'm not going to worry about the amount or any of that sort of stuff. I just need to produce some, and this is going to be more than enough stone. So, meh. Just make a very, very basic system. Throw it together very, very quickly, and run a belt down. Whereas all the other things, I've been thinking about them quite a lot harder and trying to do things a little bit more neatly. This one is just I don't care. I just need a little bit. I just need a little trickle of stone. And I need a little trickle of things that will produce the iridium ingot. Use up the iridium powder. I basically don't care. I'll just do it as quickly and simply as possible, and not worry about scale or anything. Goes down there and it's fed in with a. You know what? Let's use an inserter here because it's probably going to create less lag than a loader. So put that into there. We'll have vulcanite being brought in up here from this belt. Bring it over a little bit further. Whatever. I'm going to bring this one up on the outside of these belts like this, and move all of that. That comes in here like that. That'll make the pyroflux, which is needed for. Was this stage the pyroflux stage, or was it this? No, this is the pyroflux stage. I want you to make iridium ingots. So we'll need a pipe coming off here. Oh, and then we have some steam to deal with as well. Joy. Is that going to be too long? Yes.
Oh, iridium doesn't have the molten stage.
It has the blast cake stage instead, I guess.
Hmm.
Feed that in there. I could put this steam into down here. What temperature steam do you produce? You're making 165 degree steam, which is the same as this. No, it's 415 degree steam. Of course it is. I guess I'll put in a thing here and link it to this water pipe over here. Why not, really, hey? Hang on, that's a 7. Let's put in a 9. Let's at least try and be good with the pipe lengths. There we go, put that there. Pull you out.
I need to head off because it's 11:15 and I should have gone 45 minutes ago, but I got distracted.
That is the traditional Factorio way.
Yep. Thanks for the game, guys, and I'll catch you later.
Okay, see you next time.
Chat. Take care. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. Right, that can go there, and there we go. That's the water plumbed in. Do we have a limiter on this, or are we just using the water? We're using water up pretty Oh no, we're making water there, and then we're pumping it down here to go into. Okay, now that'll probably be all right. Probably. I don't think we're going to use very much of it. So this will probably be all right. So do that. Right, we need a radiation facility to be brought out, and I need 2 extra things in the words. I need 2 extra things to be brought out in the ship as well. So this belt here needs to come across as well. I've really messed these belts up, and that's needed for the blast cake stage, which is this one. Can I do this? Looks like it. Anyone for spaghetti? It seems to be that time of day again. That goes that way. This goes this way. And this way. And this way. And then we load that in up here. That in there. And then we'll get iridium out. And it's just iridium ingots. Yes. So we can feed them back down this way. Put that there instead. And then that goes there. That which means I can put in a splitter down here, prioritize to the input from the right, and then, you know what, let's put I'm going to put a loader in here on the output of this thing, because I want to make sure this doesn't jam up and it always gets prioritized. So having it feed out onto both sides of the belt will be extremely useful here. There we go. That is very nearly it. All I need now is to split off the iridium powder as it comes out along here. Like that, and I want filter iridium powder to the left, to the right, down here, and input. I've got some nonsense on the belt, end of the belt there, but I can clean that up. There we go. All the sulfur's gone. Yeah. Boo. Okay. It was kind of inevitable, I guess. The sulfur is all... Jeez. The sulfur has indeed all gone, as you say. We've got 140,000 in the tank up here, though. So we can churn through that and try and use it to keep the naquium flowing. Naquitite flowing. And it is. I'm going to switch over to satellite mode because it's brighter. There we go. So we do have... Yeah, we are using that and producing naquitite with it. So that is at least working as planned. We're pulling all of that through. I am tempted to send the ship back to Norbit to get some more sulfur and to get some vulcanite and some enriched vulcanite. But I'm not sure that... If this ship turns up in Norbit with a load of crushed naquitite on it, it's going to unload it all those, and I don't want that to happen. So I think we won't do that. Yeah, the train's gone as well, so the train is now over here. That's a good point. Let's see what the train's up to. So that is the train is now full, and the train has 4,000. That's kind of pathetic, but sure. No, that was not right. That's definitely meant to be a 0. If item yes, item count, if naquitite is equal to 4,000, then you may leave. And we don't need that full cargo inventory there anymore. There we go. So this train is now going to steal all of the sulfuric acid. Now over here, well, how much have we got in here? 72,000. It does need to be about. I'm going to set this. I said I'm going to set this probably if I do the right thing. I'm going to set this to only pump out if there's less than 100,000 in this thing, because 90,000 is more than enough to produce a train's worth of naquitite. So if in here, if I make that if keep sulfuric acid enabled when less than 100,000, then the train will unload when it gets here, but it won't dump all of it. If we get it won't completely fill up this tank. It'll only half fill it, because filling it up completely is a bit unnecessary. When the train turns up, there's enough acid in the train to completely fill up the warehouse. So I think that's going to be fine. We should now have enough to fill that up completely. There we go. Yeah. We're not full over here, but we've got the train sitting here waiting. Once I've got a second naquitite station, I will put in the normal sort of limiter on here. In fact, you know, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's not do it now. Let's sketch the bits in now, because then I can put in the it'll be a reminder for me to do it. So I put one of those in there, and I'm going to need pylons. One there to power it, and one there to carry the signal from over there. Yeah, okay. I'll go over there and do that at some point, but not right now. At the moment, that means we had that 4,000 come over and get dumped here, but I think it's just evaporated into the ether. Oh no, we've jammed up along here because there's more powdered iridium than we know what to do with, because I don't have the everything to deal with that yet. How difficult is it to make a radiation facility? I'm going to assume I'm imagining it's going to be very, very difficult, and there's no way I'm going to be able to just make one of these in my pockets. No, that's way out of reach for any sort of level of sanity of bootstrapping stuff out here. So we're not going to do that. But I will lay this. Oh, power. Power would be useful as well. I should do power on the way back. There we go. Right, so this'll mine up more than enough stone for anything I could possibly want. A pylon substation will be good up here. Let's use one of those. But let's put it down. Let's be slightly stingy with this. Put it here. And if I just go due south now with these, I think it'll only take about 2 or 3 until I get, yes, into range of that one. Right, so that's the stone that's needed down here for reprocessing the iridium. In the meantime, I guess I just need to collect all this up, because I can't do anything else with it until we've got the what's naming facility, radiation facility. And it's coming through fairly thick and fast. Okay, I thought there was something else on the belt, but it's just the crushed naquitite has a sort of a slightly dark colour on the right-hand side of the sprite. So as it goes through, as a chain of it goes along, it looks like there's something else on the front of it. But no, it's fine. It's just it is just the crushed naquitite. Okay, so the system works with a couple of problems. So the main problem is that we don't have a nuclear facility here to reprocess that. We don't have a supply of the enriched vulcanite. We don't have to supply the vulcanite cubes coming in, but those are easily fixed. Those can be sorted. And I think when they are, I think this is all set up properly, apart from needing it. There needs a pipe over here. Pipe. Actually, that should be a 3-pipe. Let's replace that with a 3-pipe, because I'm trying to be good. So I want to put in a 3-pipe in. Can I just replace it? No. That goes there. Was there any other funny business in the other recipe? So powder, the iridium powder. No, there's no funny business there. Good. Yeah, a couple of boxes is probably a good idea. All right, let's do that. Boom. There we go. So I guess the next thing is. What do I do next? Do I finish off this this area, and try and get this running to 100%? Because that feels like a sensible thing to do, just to get it sort of knocked on the head, polished off, finished. Or do I go back to, or do I go off to Talos and try and get the next stage started, and so that this ship's got somewhere to go? Because this ship can't go anywhere at this point. I think I need to finish the. How much have we made so far? Quite a lot. Okay. Yeah, I think finish this place off is easy. I think I agree, Pete. Oh, hey, Pete. I didn't see you come in. Yeah, I think finish this one off so this is working properly and is complete, and then I guess I could fly the other ship back to get more of all of the things. Yeah, let's fly the other ship back as well. So I'll set this one off first. I don't want to go to Stardust. I want to go to Norvis. No, type in the box. When I click in the box, it means you have to type in the box. There we go. That's better, isn't it? I want to go to Norvis orbit, like that. Zip. Yes, but have you been talking? If you haven't been talking, it doesn't count. And I'll send this ship back to Norbit as well. Yeah, I agree, Blake. I think it'd be good to get it finished. I'm just going to make sure that the Stardust is going to the right place, because I know it's been programmed as well. No, it's going to Talos orbit. See, that's why I check these things. So I want you to go to Norvis orbit. It's going to take 20-something minutes to get there, unfortunately, but I shall race it back in my ship, and also on the way, while I'm en route, I shall do some messing around with things. So at the other end, at Norvis orbit, I need to set this up so that it doesn't unload naquitite. So I think they're supposed to be, how do you work? So you are setting filters from the circuit network, and you're getting that in on. I have no idea what's going on over here. There's nothing's powered, so I can't really tell how things are working. Oh, some things are powered. There's supposed to be a subtractometron somewhere in here that says don't put these things out, take these things out of the ship. So over here, what have we got over here? We've got nothing on the list of things to take out. So it's working right. So what did it mean? That means that we're feeding it out here. There's supposed to be a blacklist somewhere. Oh yeah, 41 oxygen packs. That's a good idea. I can refill on those. In fact, I should automatically refill on those when I get to Norvis, I think. I think this is all done programmatically. So Mark is just saying that everything that gets put into the ship should not be taken back out of the ship, but anything else that comes in is fair game. I could probably shortcut this for the time being by putting in another one of these and hooking it up to. I don't even know which of these networks is supposed to be feeding the signal in for setting the filters. I suppose it doesn't matter. I could rotate them all, because I'm not expecting. I don't want to unload anything when it arrives.
Rotating is probably the easiest method.
That was my theory. None of them have actually rotated because they don't have power. So they are all technically rotated, but they're not displayed as having rotated because they only rotate when they have power. Oh, that's weird, but okay. It'll work. Exactly, Doopy. Yes. So they're they will now not unload the ship. And if hopefully, and if they do, I shall go and turn lots of belts around. In fact, let's turn these round as well. So if it does unload, I can put it back in again or something probably. It won't go anywhere. And now I'll be really puzzled in a week or two when it won't unload the. Actually, this shouldn't ever unload. No, that's not true. It should only ever unload methane ice here. Nothing else should be brought back by this ship. Right. So that's that. On the way back now, I need to. I can replace these with blue chests again, and I can put in. Let's see. I go through and. The requests have all been lost. That's actually a good thing because I don't want the requests to be in here. I'll take this stuff back out though. I want to request a radiation facility. I think that's the only thing I need, which makes this whole flight seem a little bit crazy. But I'll request one of those anyway. And in fact, I'll tell it to request from buffer chests as well, otherwise I probably won't get it. It feels a bit ridiculous to be flying all this way back just to get a radiation facility, but oh well. The other ship is also going to need to pick up vulcanite, which is one of these belts down here. This one will do. Feed that over to here, and yeah, we'll bring it out here. Like this. And you are to be a vulcanite check. I haven't programmed it in at the other end yet. I will try and remember to do that in a moment. And then we need the enriched vulcanite as well, which is this one. Now these are carefully, calibrated. Send it through to, I'll bring one down from here. That's a belt down from here. That's fine. I don't want to upset Mike's sensitive ecosystem. That'd be quite nice to put the enriched vulcanite in next to the vulcanite, but no, that space is taken up by the cryonite. There's only one belt of plastic down, but that's set up to be 2. I'll bring it down the next one here.
Those 2 plastics can be anything.
Yeah, I shall label this as enriched vulcanite, so we know that that's been used for that. Although, to be honest, anyone who set it, no, we won't. That isn't going to... No, that's iridium. We'll label that as iridium so that everyone knows that that's already been used by iridium, and we'll label this one as enriched vulcanite. Yeah, just so we can tell. Run this all the way along here. My goodness, that's a long belt. And it wants to go up here. Kind of full. I guess we'll go up here then. Like this. Of course, there's something in the way. Go around it. And then bring these up. Oh, and feed them. Actually, I'm going to need to come across here, and because I'm running out of belts to put things in. There's so many different things needed by this system. There just isn't room. Let's get rid of that one. In fact, let's bring that across and up here, like that. And this one can just carry on underneath there and go in there. Right.
Because all of those belts can just be merged.
True. I still need to put in a splodge of that as well. Yeah. I don't really want to merge anything with the sulfur belt because there's so much of it required. But yes, I could merge with the iridium belt.
It's a massively long trip, so there should
true.
Really
Yeah,
be time for that to load up.
Yeah. No, you're right. I think I missed out a piece of belt over here because I was in the middle of something else at the time. Yes, I did. There it is. Put that one in there. Right, that should now. Oh no! Apart from the one piece that needed to be put in that needed to be put in a gap in the universe here, that's now complete and should load this thing up. All right, let's get rid of this belt and put in a splitter to merge the two of them there. Ah, there we go.
Oh, that's part of the reason why there's an alert saying that was where the alert was coming from before. For we need to think about sending the Oliran spaceship out.
Oh, sorry.
We have now worked through all of the iron ore, though, so
it was right, but yeah, it was right, but for the wrong reasons. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to set requests on this so we get the right amount of. Oh yeah, limit the belts. Good point. Thank you. So you are that one. So no, I can't do this one yet until it's been built. Because of that. Oh, it won't flow too much through because of that one up there that's missing. So that's fine. I'll go back and wire it in, and when I complete this gap here, I'll wire it in as well. Right. So not you. You. I need to have some additional requests over here. I want to ask for vulcanite blocks, and I don't know. Let's say 3,000 of them. I'm not quite sure where I plucked that number from, but it seems sensible. And 1,500 of these, and we'll see how we get on, because it's fairly arbitrary. I don't really know how much is going to be coming out of here, how much we're going to need to reuse. I think I'm happy to just sort of throw a dart a bit like that. Why is there no power? What? Oh, all of this stuff was being powered by the spaceship. Oh, crap. Can I just put that there? Will a bot? No, we don't have any supplies of anything out here. So I've cut off the supply of naquium because all of the power was being fed through the spaceship, which was parked here. Even if it wasn't being generated here, even if it wasn't being generated by the ship, which it probably was, but it didn't have to be. But in order to route it, it had to go through the ship. That's a bit of a fail. Let's put let's put one of these in up here. Instead of...
And that's one of those where it wouldn't actually sort itself out when the spaceship lands again, because the pylons don't reconnect.
Do they not?
No. You break
Really?
the cable and then it's disconnected.
Okay.
You power through clamps.
Oh, right, yes. Okay.
They only connect when you first place the pylons.
Yeah, yes, when I come back out, I can park the ship anywhere. It doesn't matter. Although it's convenient to have it inside the logistics network because I was building stuff directly from the ship. Oh, I need to build these. This belt needs to go to all of the stations as well. Let's do that while I'm waiting. So this can come down here. I'm tempted to just put this onto one side of the belt. Is that going to be useful? Yes, we'll feed them out here on the right-hand side. Yeah, if I get them on the right-hand side of the belt, which I can trivially like this, then we'll only require half as many batteries to fill everything up. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a bit more efficient. Let's put it there, down to there, and then over here. Oh, hang on, I need another splitter because there's two locomotives down this way. There we go. Feed both of those, and then the same over here. I'm going to split this one before it goes back up here. Actually, I think it's going to be easier to feed this one then underneath that, down and in and down and over there. But I also need to take the batteries all the way up here, which is kind of annoying. Not difficult, but just a little bit annoying. Oh, it does reach, yes it does. Like this, then. Across here. Okay. That's not very well done. What? No. Keep going that way. There we go. That's better. That can bring them up to there. Lovely. Yeah, that bot's just going to float there until I land and can take it away from it. Let's put in a yellow chest, because you always need a yellow chest in the logistics area for when stuff like that happens. And let's have a look at the space. How are we getting on? Okay. The exploration vessel is most of the way home, so we've done most of the interstellar flight. We've just got the intrastellar, the flying through the kaleidosphere of influence anyway, to go. So it's nearly there. Let's see what it says. Let's see what it says by actual, time. Another 3.5 minutes. Okay. And then we've got the flight all the way back out again to put down that one nuclear radiation barrier, whatever it's called, that machine thing. Is there anything else out there that's needed? A load of belts. Pylon. Just belt stuff, really. And I've not got enough belts. Have I got enough in here? No, I need to get more belts, I think. Why am I not just hovering over? Yeah, need quite a lot more belts. All right, let's pick those up as well while we're back. So let's have another 1,000 space belts. Okay. Yes, the other ship is moving. It's just not quite as quick as I expect it is. It's just not quite as quick as this one. Yeah, it's moving. It's just this one has many engines. This one has about 3 engines. 3 engines is not enough, and it's bigger, so it's heavier. So yeah, this ship is just much faster. I wonder if it's going absolutely flat out. All the engines are going, so I guess it is. Flat out is 202, apparently. So, yeah, nice and quick. She's only about twice as quick as the other ship, which is interesting given how many engines it's got and how much smaller it is. But I guess that's the way things go. Alright, so that's... I've asked some more belts. I've asked for the radiation facility. Oh, meteor defense guns. Request some buffer chests is a good idea. Yes, I shall do that. 10. Thank you. Which is the one that was requesting? That one. And that one is requesting buffer chests. That's good. Got loads of speed modules. Yeah, I would like to look and see how the mining drills are getting on with the with mining, given the without speed modules. But because I broke the power, I can't check. So I guess I'll have to look into that when I get back. I can also nip over here and set up the programming for that as well. Get the train to only turn up when there's stuff for it. And then this will be finished in inverted commas. Finished because I've got 2 significant mines there, and there's no point in bringing in. And I think I'll wait to put in more mines until I've got the actual processing set up and I can find out how fast we're using it, and then how fast we're going to be actually using the naquium when we get it up into orbit for those science packs. So still some way to go. Oh, we're inside the Kaleidos system now. Here he is. Moves pretty quickly. Those extra engines are very worth it, and it's much more noticeable when you get inside the inside the small scale map rather than the big scale one. And it slows down a bit to go through the asteroid belts as well, because just in case. I feel like I should go and have another look at all the things I was talking about earlier in the stream that were struggling. But I think we're absolutely fine for all of the science packs now. There's where are they? Yeah, there's loads of blues along here, and the greens join in here, and they're full of those. Oh, we're still not caught up on the grey ones. That's quite impressive. Have we got any buffer?
We've done a fair amount of military stuff, because they're the sort of the ones where it's just, yeah, there's loads of these that we can just do a bunch of tiers of.
Okay.
We haven't really bothered before.
Right. Okay. Yeah. It's because it's still feeding them into the space train as fast as possible, as fast as they're being made. Okay. We need to obviously find some more interesting sciences to be able to do. So over here we are short of iron, as we discussed. So but we've got the Oliran spaceship sorting that one out, but all three of the iron things are running low, and copper ingots and steel ingots as well. Apparently are a little iffy, but not too bad. Lithium.
Steel is iron.
Yeah. Lithium is, as we discussed. Stone is still at about 50%. We reckon that's probably all right. Red and blue circuits. We see. I mean, they're in the green, but there's a bit of a gap at the top of those. Pyroflux is a little bit low. All the sciences have caught up, including matter science. Lovely. Over here, we've got a tiny bit of a dip in the vulcanite, but that's probably just because the ship's gone. I'm not worried about that at the moment. We're still short of the vitamelange extract, apparently. And of holmium and iridium, but we're always short of holmium and iridium. And now we're short of imersite crystals instead of imersite plates. They've swapped over. And, of course, we're short of naquium, but we know about that. Okay.
We are not loading anything at Big Grid. So...
Okay. So if we look at
we're not requesting enough for the ship to leave.
Right.
So that's why that just hasn't changed. The ship probably hasn't travelled the entire time.
Right, and the train is just doing the eternal travel thing where it goes. I think where it comes over, goes, "Hello, is there anything I can pick up here?" Nope, and goes away again. Because there is somewhere.
The one over at Big Grid seems to be doing exactly the same thing.
Right. I would increase the amount of this we're requesting, but I'm not quite sure where the numbers are saved. Not there. Is it this one?
Oh, I think they're saved on Big Grid.
Maybe.
Yeah. How much more can we increase it by?
I don't know.
Do you think? Looking at how much is in the top. Actually, no. It's probably the bottom warehouse.
The warehouses are pretty. The top warehouses are both pretty full, actually.
Those are being loaded to basically full by the.
Right. Okay. The bottom warehouse is half full, and then the three unloading warehouses are obviously completely empty.
Okay, so we want.
So another 100 stacks would probably be okay. How far off is the ship from leaving? Let's have a look. Big grid orbit.
350-ish.
Right.
In each.
Since this is Mark's thing, I'm tempted to say let's just manually have the ship depart manually.
I was going to up the
extract. That said, the extract is only. I mean, it stacks to 200, so you can fit a lot in there.
There's going to be 15k in there.
Yeah. Well, there's less than 15k. There's 4.6, 4.7, 4.6. That's 14k.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, that's
14k.
It thinks there's 15k in the system.
Right. I wonder why.
So if I added another 15k to that, that would fit in the warehouse at the other end, no problem.
Yes. Yeah, easily. Although there's going to be some other green stuff coming through, presumably.
Yeah.
But even so, with the three warehouses down the bottom, yeah, I think it'll be fine.
Right.
Yeah, we need more anyway. We've also got a lot of vitamelange core fragments out here that we aren't working through. I feel like that should be tweaked, so we would.
Yeah, I'm inclined just not to touch that though.
Yeah, same. I reckon I could fix it. I could adjust it without breaking anything, but
I think just turning those loaders round wouldn't break it.
It wouldn't break the counting system, but it would overfill. Yeah, because there's an entire warehouse full of vitalic acid barrels and core fragments. I'm going to start using the vitalic acid at some point fairly soon, so that'll help with that a little bit. I can tap off there.
And you need to
That's
think
gonna be
about where
interesting.
you're tapping it off and
Yeah.
make sure you're counting it.
Yes, those warehouses are uncounted, so I could tap out of those and it would be fine. But I'm going to need it
Yes.
more in the
That's short term.
long
Yeah.
term, and I'm not sure how I'm going to pull that out. I shall make that a problem for Mark when he gets. No, actually, no, he won't be back in time. I don't think, because he's not back until, is it the beginning of next year?
Basically, I think so. Yeah.
Because I think I'm going to be requiring vitalic acid before then over on Talos to do the naquium processing. So
Just deliver it by train. Have the train dropping some off.
yeah.
It's stupid, but
Yeah.
just work.
The other
Or
alternative is to
think
tap it
about
out of the warehouse here and have it counted out as it's sent to
Yeah.
wherever. That might be better.
It would technically be better, but is more complicated.
I think it's a level of complexity I can probably deal with. The problem is if I mess it up and the count gets out, then it's very, very difficult to get the count correct again.
Yeah.
Ooh, a terror ship has arrived. Yay, some sulfur. I need that. Right, have I arrived? I have arrived. Let's anchor. Not there. There is a place for this.
Because it stacks to... Actually, no, there's nothing to do with it stacking to 200, but it's taking ages for it to do that other 15k.
It sort of is because it stacks to 200.
That means we're happy to send.
Yes, we're asking for a lot of it because it stacks very, very highly.
Yeah.
I've got some iridium in my inventory. I'm not quite sure why. Oh well, I'll put it back in the systems over on the other end when I get there. Right, so now we can load up these things. So yes, those are all turning on their way over. Those are on their way over. This all seems fine. And I'm getting some more life support cans as well. That's nice. Go back to up to 100 now. So I've got 2 hours 46 of them, which is probably... I was going to say it's probably a stream. Given that we seem to overshoot on our streams a little bit, it probably isn't actually a stream. Even at 45 UPS. Suddenly all the belts. Is that everything? No, still not actually all the belts, just most of the belts. There we go. Now it's all the belts. And we've got the radiation facilities. Just turn around, head straight back out again. I've still got 9,800 degrees C to play with, so yeah, back to Stardust. Oh, Stardust is now an asteroid field and a spaceship because they're obviously one named after the other. Right, on the road again. How's the other spaceship? How's the Stardust getting on? It's like 3/4 of the way over to the Toledo system. Okay, that's going to take a while to arrive. Might not wait for this one to arrive. 10 minutes to get there. Might not wait for it to get back, rather, is what I mean, because it is getting close to end of stream time. And, yeah. So all the sciences seem to be absolutely fine and happy now. So let's have a look at material. Is material? Is it just because I guess we've just the amount we've been using has gone down enough that we've now managed to build up a stockpile of it here, and so all of these.
Is utility happy again?
I didn't notice anything poor on when I looked at the graph. It is flowing steadily. Where does it go? It goes in up here. Yes, it is now out. It has filled up the buffer in the warehouse and is now filling up the belt that goes back to where it's being produced.
So that started complaining again because it was being produced faster, which meant we started running out of the data cards, whatever they're called.
Machine learning data?
That's the one. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you improved that last time, didn't you? And you boosted it again. Oh,
yeah. I think I put more machines and modules in it last time. This time I've pushed 2 beacons.
Yes. Lovely. Okay, well, it seems to be keeping it... It's producing it faster than we're using it anyway, and that's the important thing. Hey Alchemist, we have 199 hours, 7 minutes and 22 seconds on this save. But there's 4 of us playing in theory. There's actually only 2 of us right now. There were 3 of us earlier, and then there was 4 when we got started. So yeah, there's quite a few of us. But so in a way, you could look at it as being about 800 hours. But it's very, very nearly 200. It says so at the top of the screen up here. But yeah, 199 hours so far, which is indeed, as Pete says, far too many. Now we have a race. It's whether the deep space exploration will leave the Kalida system before the Stardust arrives in Kalida system. I think the deep space is going to the deep space exploration is going to leave beforehand. They'll probably meet about here. Would be my guess. On roughly on this star. we'll see if I'm right at some point. Unless I get distracted and look at something else. So almost 200 hours, and we're working on getting naquium so we can just start Deep Space Science 1. Yes, we have indeed done a lot. There's including many videos as well. But yeah, we've gone out to all of these planets so far. We've got a range of ships doing various different things, and yeah, naquium is the next challenge. So, whew.
The Oliran spaceship turned up, dumped out all its cables, and the elevators being built.
Okay.
But the spaceship then left, having filled up entirely before the elevators even been built.
Okay, nice. I mean, that's good, really, isn't it? And the warehouse is full again already. How is the warehouse full again already, though?
The train was full, sitting down at the bottom.
Yeah, but even so, these warehouses will have dumped into it. Fine. Then there's one warehouse here, which would have filled up one of these warehouses, and then the train would have dumped out most of a warehouse.
It looks like there's only one train.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, 200 stacks, so less than half a warehouse.
So did the Oliran? No, it can't have just turned round immediately, because it unloaded the what's names. It hasn't arrived back. Oh, it's not at the other end.
It's on its way out again at the moment.
Yeah.
Has it unloaded, or did it glitch?
It has cables in it.
No, I meant did it unload any iron ore?
I don't know, because if it did, it's been
gone
taken
already.
away.
Right. So yeah, it might have had a glitch.
Yeah.
It seemed a bit too quick, didn't it? Yeah.
It's a weird glitch though, because it managed to unload all of the cables.
That's true.
Or at least a lot of the cables, because it should have had 2,500 cables. It didn't unload that many. It unloaded 1,836.
That's very weird. So it definitely arrived for a little while, but didn't fill up.
Yeah.
Bonk. I was about right. They're met by that star. Right. Well, I guess we'll keep an eye on the Oliran spaceship. Where is Oliran? Oh, it's right down here. Okay. Well, we'll come back and try and remember to have a look at it. So how is the Oliran orbit doing with rebuilding the elevator? So yeah, we didn't need iron ore for so long that this elevator collapsed, because the same ship brings out the cable as builds the one ship comes out for ore and to bring out supplies of cable. So the elevator collapsed. We weren't too upset about that, because we've got all the defences up here in orbit anyway. So it's not going to get any damage from meteorites or CMEs, but so if the cable wants to just fall apart and because it's been idle for so long, it saves us some cable, so that's fine. Oh, and thanks for the follow.
It was down for a handful of streams.
Yeah, didn't really matter. Yeah, I think yes, the ship must have just not loaded up anything, which is weird. Still got a long way to go.
Right. Big Grid 1 is... once this train is unloaded, it's ready to set off.
There was the blue circuit factory down here that I was trying to empty all the stuff out of. And, okay, there's a load of glass on this belt for some reason that hasn't been taken away. And plastic on this belt that hasn't been taken away. So if I feed that up to... here, if I'll get rid of that one, and then I guess pass this over to here somewhere. I'll get rid of that. Why isn't this plastic going anywhere? Oh, it's on the... I see. There we go. So yeah, the whole point of all of this is to get rid of essentially all of the stuff that was in the warehouses and the belts and so on, and just dump it back down into these warehouses where it can then be taken away again. The silicon has probably all been pulled out. I know there's some there. That's starting to flow again now. Yeah, okay, that's not been cleaned up properly yet, but it'll get there eventually. We're not in any great hurry. And then I can just once all of that's been emptied out, I can slap a deconstruction planner over the whole thing, and it'll all just vanish. And send trains in to grab all the stuff that's in the warehouses, of course. Yeah, there's not enough cable to rebuild it, but the spaceship is going back out again, and when it gets there, we'll have enough cable to rebuild it. So it'll be okay in the end. We pulled all the rare metals out. Oh, this area is empty, so I can pull this up. Yeah, let's do it at a bit at a time. So pull all of that out, down to there. All the machines just suddenly went silent. That's amazing. Pull this out. Don't need the station anymore. We need to come in and get the acid and get the rare metals out. So we'll do that all as one sort of thing later. I think once we've emptied all this. But it's a bit exciting to at least rip out the first part of that, like that. Oh, a lot of the tech cards have just dropped. They've all dropped down in sync, perfect sync, down to about 30%. So I think that's probably due to a train turning up and taking a load away rather than an actual genuine shortage.
Seems likely.
Oh, the only round spaceship still isn't there. Ugh. In fact, most of the science packs have dropped off quite drastically. So I think I think a train has just taken a load away, which we should probably be compensating for in some way. But yeah, never mind. Don't care. Oh, we've got some iridium and some holmium. Wow.
Yeah, it's entirely based on when
exactly when I happen to look. Yeah, I know. But it's exciting to look and go and see this. And yep, the iron is definitely recovering now.
Actually, the whole moon was filling up, so if you look in 30 seconds, they might both be full.
What am I looking for? Oh yes, the other down system over here.
Ollie Rand's ship is approaching Snowdrop.
Typically, it's literally the furthest possible place it could be trying to get to. Oh, the Stardust is back in the system now. That's on its way in. And then I can go out and have a look and see what's going on actually in Stardust as opposed to the Stardust. How long have I got to wait for that? In fact, let's have a look. 5 minutes left to get there. Okay, that's not too bad. 199.18. I think we're about when we're going to get there. And the Ollie Ran is. How far are you away? Oh, it's going slowly because it's going slowly because it's so far out. It's not getting enough solar power to keep the engines running flat out. It's going at about 50 something, and it's only a minute away apparently. About a minute away, something like that.
And
roughly.
Presumably, it's not losing solar ability anymore.
I assume not. No, because it's going sideways, as you say. Power output is 918 kilowatts per solar panel, plus 129%. Is this all? Oh yeah, these are all military techs, as you say. Yeah, we are a bit short of useful stuff to research at this point. There's no point in doing any of the rocket ones because we're not using rockets. You've done a bajillion of the zone discoveries. We don't really care about swarm safety because we're not using bots enough. And this doesn't really do much useful anyway. And then it's all just military.
It stops things taking damage when bots crash.
True, but we're not using bots enough for that to really be particularly useful.
I think.
In large, because you need to have a lot of bots for that to actually have any effect, don't you?
Which have a major effect, yes. I think we probably actually 500 active logistics bots per level, so we're already at 150. So it was 1,500. So yeah,
I don't think we have that many logistics bots anywhere.
Right, nearly there.
Yep, 5, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2. 1, 0. Plib. Right, so it is work. It has worked this time. It is loading up the ship.
And I feel it must have worked last time because it managed to unload
A bajillion
a decent
cables.
number of cables.
Yeah, but then where did all that supply come from? Where did the other 1,500
Yeah, the
stacks
train
of
hasn't
stuff?
been able to go through the elevator now, as expected.
Yeah. I think it can't have picked anything up, but I don't understand how it could have unloaded the cables and not picked up stuff. Cable is very nearly finished. 10, 1, 3, 5, 9, 7, 5, 3, 1. Built. Yes, partway through I did switch from saying how many it had done to how many were left. I hope that confused everyone as much as it confused me. This is a really simple planet, isn't it? Where does this go?
Yeah.
Oh, there's another core mine up there. Okay. So we've got like 3 core miners, maybe 4 core miners, into a warehouse, into pulverizers, and then just a supply of all kinds of stuff coming out. Tapping off a little bit of the iron to make barrels to put the stuff we want. Oh, and some trees to make the steel, and then presumably we're venting the rest of the water.
There's so much iron coming through. He's just put inserters off the mixed belts.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Actually, no. Those. Oh, it's only iron and stone on the mixed belt.
yeah, okay.
Oh no, there's one that's everything.
Oh yes. So yeah, he's pulling off all 3 of them. But inserters are smart enough, so yeah, it's kind of okay. But yeah, just being brave enough to just use inserters like that is amusing, rather than trying to have at least a little bit of a buffer. Right, so we can start filling all this up again. I'm gonna all of these are empty. Do that. There's no bots down here to pick them up, of course, but oh well. If you're up to end. How's the ship doing?
It's
Fairly
possibly worth marking all of those warehouses with "Do not use any of the slots." If stuff's actually being put into them, then limiting the slots is beneficial.
You think these loaders might be trying to pull out of it, and
Potentially.
It's possible.
I don't know.
I think marking the loaders as for deconstruction will probably get rid of that.
Probably.
Come on, this is to max out as well, but yeah.
Oh, spaceship's leaving.
Good. How's mine doing? We must be nearly there, I think. Yeah, no, minute 40. Okay.
There's more other stuff than iron ore now.
That surprises me.
They must have just loaded mostly iron ore into the spaceship due to.
Oh, you mean in the
Factorio
miscellaneous stuff
scanning.
left behind? I think you meant in the spaceship.
Yeah. Oh, no.
This. Yeah, this warehouse is overwhelmingly mostly iron ore.
Yeah. That's a fair amount of rare metal.
18, 19, 20,000. Oh yeah, and about 7, 8,000 rare metal as well. Yeah, it's quite a bit. Why my engine's not firing? Oh, because I'm in an asteroid field, so it's slowed down. That's fair enough. That's why my arrival time has gone up, because it's slowing down to try and prevent damage. Now it looks like we can go faster than this, to be quite honest. I'm not too worried about and I've got some spare parts, so I can repair the ship if I need to. Yeah, it's coping easily with all these with the asteroids, even the presumably higher density of an asteroid field.
Oh, by the way, once you get out there, if you've got the parts, sending on the signal back, if you send an S when the spaceship is not there.
When the spaceship is not there, okay.
Yeah, then the lights will work again.
Okay. Yeah, I have to think about ways to detect the ship. How are you doing it elsewhere?
So I'm looking at the amount of ion stream there is. If it
Okay.
equals 0, then output an S.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. If anything's powered, because spaceports tend not to be powered when there's no ship in them.
Yes, the Oliran one will not work with where that is. You need to power the combinator.
Exactly.
But there is generally some stuff that is powered.
Yeah,
around
they'll probably
that,
be powered
like the
somewhere nearby.
transmitter.
Yes, true. Yeah, I should be able to come up with something without too much difficulty. And the ship's not there at the moment, so that'll make it nice and easy to program. In fact, has the ship arrived?
The ship is in orbit, yeah.
Okay, cool. I just want a quick look at it
Which
once.
is part of what made me think of it.
Yes. Has it filled up with all the things I asked for? It's got some vulcanite, good. It's not got any enriched vulcanite. Oh yes, that's because I need to come in here and I need to... where are the enriched... Oh, I've missed some belts out. Need to put those in there and that one in there. And the thing I needed to do when I came back to do that was link that to there and tell that one... Wrong mode. That one to active when enriched vulcanite is less than 0. There we go. So yeah, that's... And the ship is hot again already, that's good. We're reloading with sulfur, fine. We've got the 3000 vulcanite I asked for. We're just waiting for the enriched vulcanite to show up now. Good. So now
I don't entirely understand how combinator power requirements work, because this one, despite not having enough power provided to it, is still outputting the signal. But maybe it changing what it's outputting uses up power.
That makes a certain
Like
certain sense. I have no idea whether it's right, but it makes sense.
Liquid crystal combinator.
Yes. Ooh. Place belts. 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 Right, so get all these out there, and this will allow all the trains to get new batteries as the battery. Oh, I haven't put in a system to get rid of dead batteries. Ah, crap. And I've run out of underground belts, so there's probably some more in my spaceship. I forgot about that. That's going to need to be filtered. I think that might be a task for next time, because there's quite a few of them around. And I'm going to need a belt that runs around and puts it into the disposal system. Oh, important things. The power up here, there we go. Now everything will work again. And then down here, you pull up that and replace them with a radiation facility, which has disappeared somewhere into my inventory and I can't. There it is. Replace them with one of these, and tell that one to do the iridium blast cake, and then give it all of that. I say all of that, as much of that as I can. Then you can have some of these in your output, I guess. Zoop. Just get rid of them. Zoop, zoop. And you need the enriched vulcanite for you to actually work. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Also, I want to come over here and build up the system to tell the train when to train. Which is that, and that, and that. And then I can run a cable from here to here to here to here to here to here. And then there to there. And program U to say when naquitite is greater than 4,000, since apparently that's a train's load. Output 1L. And then we look in here and we say set train limit to L. So it's currently 0, but there's a train here already, so it sucks to be you. Right, so now now we have the discussion. Now we have the consideration of speed modules, and this is not. I do not consider this to be fast enough. So let's put some speed modules in these direct mines. That comes out to 2 or 3 each, or 3 each, 2 each, because I didn't have enough and I got even distribution. But yeah. Yeah, still live. I should have gone to bed by now, but I had some ideas. If there's no acid, then the mine will grind to a halt. Oh! If there's no acid, your train won't go out there to take more acid. Yes, that's a good point. I think it should be okay, because I think when the train comes in, when it leaves, it will leave enough acid for it to build another, for it to continue to, for the mine to continue working for long enough. But that is a good point. I should have to
just mean you might need to do 2 trips out when you initialize a mine.
Yeah, so that's probably sensible.
Or a trip out without bringing anything back.
Where did it come over? Oh, yes, modules. Yeah. Yes. So, ooh. I lost a load of bots. I obviously built something on the way through there. I'm not quite sure what. Oh yeah, it would be all the underground belts to get all this up and running. Let's finish that off. Yes. So the first time a train goes out, as long as I send the train there manually, and then it'll unload a full load of acid, which is more than the amount required to mine up a full train's worth of naquium. And then when it leaves, there'll be then when it leaves, there should be enough for it to fill the. So every time the train leaves, it should leave behind enough enough acid to fill up with naquium ingots, naquiumite again. So it should be absolutely fine, I think. Okay, Johan. Well, thanks for joining, and catch you later. Yeah, it's going to be sleep time for me very soon as well. There we go. So we're starting to fill up the wagons now. The train is virtually full. I think that's probably just about fast. It's as fast as we can go without starting to put in beacons and things. I think this is probably a reasonable rate to be pulling it out at. We've got 4,000 in there, and this is a 4 million. No, this is an 8 million patch. So we've got enough here for 2,000 trains. I think that should keep me satisfied for a while. Come on, fill up. I want to see you at the other end. I want to see this unload and see how little time it takes for it to pour all of that naquium into the processing facility. Because this processing facility is a bit over-spec'd for what I have available at the moment. I mean, you can tell by the it's all jammed up down here as well. So due to too much, due to the lack of refined enriched vulcanite. So that pulls in here. That empties out very, very quickly. It is impressive watching things that stack this badly pouring out of a train. And we're filling up we filled up the tanks over there with acid very, very quickly. And now our destination's full because we haven't mined up enough vulcanite, no naquitite yet. That's all fine. I think there's meant to be a machine in the middle of here. Let's do that. Copy that, in fact, and put it there. Apparently I don't have another mechanical facility in my inventory. Is there another one over here? Probably. Yes. 5 of them. Well, more than 5 of them, but 5 is enough. I'll put that in, and I think... And I'll check on what's going on with the... check on what's going on with the other ship. I feel like the Stardust should have left by now.
Nope, still there. Loading up with nothing.
Okay.
It's got stuff it doesn't want. It's not going to leave automatically.
Right, alright. Okay, manual departure then. Fair enough. As long as we know why it's broken, I don't mind it being broken. Or rather, as long as we know why it's broken, I don't mind it being broken, and I don't mind kludging a fix for the broken, because it shouldn't, in the long run, that shouldn't happen. However, it's going to take a good 10-15 minutes for that to get back out, so I think this is the time to call the end of the stream. So as ever, thank you very much for watching. I feel like I've made some good progress with the naquium. We haven't got any naquium, no, but we do now have the crushed naquium flowing through quite nicely over here. Oh, I haven't finished this pipe for the pyroflux. Let's do that. Is that a 3 or a 5? 3 will do. And then a couple of pieces in that. Oh, nope, I'll have to use a 5 there, because there's a connection in the middle of that pipe. So I'll put that there, and then do that, then it works. Oh, thanks for being here, Doopy. Right, so that'll mean that when the shipper eventually arrives, we'll have the vulcanite coming in here to make the pyroflux, and from that and the sand. We've got the pyroflux can then come down here to allow this to be cooked. We've got the making the whatever they're called here. Yeah, I think this should now work, and so that means the next thing will be just to leave the ship here, go off and start thinking about what to do on Talos for the next stages of the naquium processing. This stage I think I can now just leave alone, and it will start working when it has all the stuff it needs. So, yeah, I would say join me next week, but there won't be a stream next week because unfortunately I'm busy all week, so there'll be no streams and probably no videos next week, I'm afraid. But I'll be back the week after on the Tuesday for the usual Satisfactory stream, and then on Thursday for more Factorio space exploration. And then there'll be videos that week as well, so everything will be as normal then. But until then, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed watching me pounding my head against the naquium production system for a while, and we'll see you next time. Oh, and actually, sorry, I should mention there will be catch-up videos this week, so Saturday and Monday as usual. At least that's the plan for all the stuff that we've been doing today. So those videos will still happen, but next week there will be no streams and probably no videos. So yes, I'll catch you in a couple of weeks, and as ever, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.
Bye.